When everyone else says you can't, determination says, yes, you can. Disability cannot stop me from becoming a complete personality. A very pleasant morning to one and all present. I, Anusuya Kapoor Yadav, Assistant Professor, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, at the two-day CRE program titled Management of Children with Nonverbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Setup with CRE status accredited by Rehabilitation Council of India, organized by Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. The objective of the CRE program is to create a forum to upgrade the knowledge of special educators, general educators, and rehabilitation professionals towards identification, assessment, and management of children with learning disabilities, towards promotion of desired skills and holistic inclusion of children with non-verbal learning disability. Lightning of the lamp dispels darkness. It signifies the journey from ignorance towards knowledge. It symbolizes brightness and prosperity. As a tradition at Amity University, we begin all our endeavors with the lighting of the auspicious lamp and chanting of Saraswati Vandana. We shall now have the traditional virtual lightning of the lamp, please. With immense respect, we wish to offer our sincere gratitude to our respected founder, President Sir, Chairman AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. Without his guidance and blessings, this 2 days CRE program would not have been possible. Dr. Chauhan has always believed in the policy of lending one eye on vision and one eye on implementation. It is therefore no surprise that Dr. Chauhan's innovative leadership strategies is set to transform the education landscape of the country with his extensive leadership qualities and knowledge of par excellence. We also wish to put forward our sincere gratitude to our dynamic Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Ashok, Dr. Atul Chauhan. Armed with a charming personality and a positive attitude to health, Dr. Atul Chauhan epitomizes a true Indian with deep-rooted traditions and values. He has endeared himself to the young students who see a role model in him. Under his dynamic and inspirational leadership and passion to excel, the Amity Group of Educational Institutions has seen a phenomenal growth. It is an honor to have amidst us Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean, Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences, Professor and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Before joining Amity University, Dr. Pujari has held distinct positions in the field of education and has served the underprivileged strata of the society with reference to children with special needs. With a vast experience and expertise of 35 years, Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, a reputed educationist, has held distinct positions in the field of education and also has responsibilities that include academic, administrative leadership, nurturing innovation, and inspiring faculty and students to engage in cutting-edge research and innovations of vital value to uplift the special needs society. May I now please invite and request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, to kindly welcome the August gathering and give an overview of the two-day CRE program titled Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Setup. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, please.
Thank you, Anushya, and good morning to one and all, honorable dignitaries, esteemed participants, my esteemed resource persons, faculty colleagues, and all the participants, a very good morning to one and all. On behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this important CRE, continuing rehabilitation education, on a very new and current trend of the topic, that is management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup. Before going to end, I place on record, first and foremost, I place on record my heartfelt gratitude to our most respected Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our dynamic leader, our Chancellor Dr. Atul K. Chauhan. It's our honor to have with us our distinguished educationist, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Professor Dr. Balbinder Shukla. Ma'am, under your guidance, AIRS has reached to a stage of par excellence in the commitment of preparing human resource and field of developmental disability. Your perfectionism, madam, insight and innovative suggestions supports all of us to excel in this specific field. I heartily welcome you, ma'am. I welcome our Dr. S.K. Srivastav sir, mentor, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Senior Director and Vice President RVEF, and advisor to Founder President Office to this program. Welcome you, sir. With immense pleasure, I welcome our chief guest, Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director, Skill Education, CBSE, Delhi. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our request and gracing the inaugural function. Your presence will inspire most of the special educator of this program. Sir is very renowned in CBSE and sir playing a very vital role in the inclusion of children with disability in the schools of CBSE. He conducts many capacity building programs to empower and enhance the skill education of the human resource, that is the special educator and also regular educator. I heartily welcome you, sir, and thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and coming to our inaugural function. I welcome all the resource person of this 2 day CRE, and they are the doyens in the special education field. And also, I welcome all the esteemed participants, my faculty colleague, and the Joint Director, Ms. Pallavi Chauhan, to this CRE program. To give a very brief description about the continuing rehabilitation education, before that, I would like to tell about Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences to our chief guest. Sir, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences is committed to prepare competent human resource in the field of disability rehabilitation. We have RCI approved 9 very innovative programs in all the developmental disability, and developmental disability is a passion of our respected founder president, sir. So we have all the programs, autism spectrum disorder, specific learning disability and intellectual disability of the bachelor, undergraduate, graduate and postgraduate programs, where we prepare the special educator. It is a teacher training institute. We prepare competent teacher for the disability rehabilitation field in the developmental disability area. Other than that, we have also cross disability program, where the students learn about all the disability. That is an innovative program of integrated BA, BA, and special education. I also and also we have a PhD program which is affiliated to UGC. And about this CRE, we have chosen a very innovative topic, that is a non-verbal learning disability, which is a part of specific learning disability under the intellectual and developmental disability as per the RCI, as per the RPWD Act. And as the name suggests, non-verbal learning disability, it is not the student who are non-verbal. They are very much verbal, but only thing that they do not understand the non-verbal cues. They are characterized by visual and spatial challenges, motor difficulties, and troubled understanding non-verbal cues and abstract information. So in this inclusive, when you are in the era of promoting inclusion for all, this is, and this non-verbal disability is misdiagnosed and undiagnosed many times. So we thought that the rehabilitation professionals are, this will really help our rehabilitation professionals for a CRE. Being the main aim of this CRE program is to upgrade and update the knowledge of rehabilitation professionals towards identification, assessment, and management of non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setting, and to promote development of desired skill towards identification, assessment, and management of non-verbal learning disability among the participants. This CRE program is being organized for 2 days, and there are very important sessions in these 2 days. The sessions are recent development and changes in the field of specific learning disability. Then there are our Dr. Preeti Verma, the former professor of SNDT University, will be taking a session on understanding non-verbal learning disability. Then there is a session on screening and identification and assessment tools and techniques by Dr. Pooja Jha Nair. As you all of us know, that screening and identification is very vital in an inclusive setup. And there is a very important panel discussion by competent senior rehabilitation special educator from the very premier schools of Delhi NCR and Hyderabad. That is by Ms. Anju Saxena, Ms. Akshi Naqvi, Ms. Alka Sharma from Amity International School, and Ms. Rajeshwari from Hyderabad. This is the first day program, and the second day there are the teaching strategy. We have focused on teaching strategy. The first session is an intervention strategy, social emotional learning, which is very, very important because these people, they do not understand the non-verbal cues, by Dr. Apurva Panishkar from SNDT. And then intervention strategy of academic competence by Senior Professor of IGNO by Dr. D. Venkateswarlu, and Inclusion of Students with Non-Verbal Disability, the Current Scenario by Dr. Roma Kumar, who is a panelist for identification and certification of specific learning disability. These are the 2 days program for this CRE, and I hope that the participants are very lucky to have this to join this CRE, and I hope the 2 most productive days of interesting and stimulating deliberation of these 2 days. And I sincerely wish that this CRE will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in education and training of persons with specific learning disability, but also as the beginning of a long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile task of teaching and training persons with specific learning disability. Once again, I welcome all and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam, for enlightening that August gathering with the overview to the 2-day CRE program. It is a privilege to have amidst us Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director, Vice President, RBEF, and Advisor at Founder President's Office and former Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. Dr. S.K. Srivastava started his career as PCS officer of UP of 1984 batch and served there on many senior positions that include Deputy Director, Joint Director, Director, Deputy Commissioner, and Registrar of Dr. Shakuntala Mishra National Rehabilitation University. He served Rehabilitation Council of India as Member Secretary and Deputy Chief Commissioner, Government of India, and after that, he was appointed as the State Commissioner Disabilities, Uttar Pradesh, at the rank of Principal Secretary. He has had a very wide national and international exposure on disabilities. As such, he spent his entire career in the field of disabilities. We all know that Dr. S.K. Srivastava is a well-known figure in the country in the area of disabilities, who has spent his entire career of more than 30 years on various senior positions in this field. May I now please invite Dr. S.K. Srivastava, sir, to kindly bless and address the August gathering. Dr. S.K. Srivastava, please. Sir, kindly unmute yourself, please. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Anusuya. Thank you very much. First of all, I should greet all of you for organizing such a wonderful program. This is a CRE, which is mandatory for all the rehab professionals. They obtain earned points out of the CRE program, and if it is done on a useful topic, it is more, it becomes more attractive. So I must appreciate all of you and thank you to HOI who has initiated and conducted such a program. This type of program should be conducted in series, which is available on the RCA website, so that not only we enrich our rehab professionals, but also provide an opportunity to enhance and increase their points for updation of their CRR certificate. So as the topic says, there are many expert speakers who will tell all about the minor things and very specific things on learning disability, that is non-verbal learning. But this is for the inclusion of the child. Inclusion, before inclusion, there was a concept of integration. So let me clarify my understanding on these 2 issues to all of you, that while we're talking about the integration, it was the institution focused. Any institution having the integrated facility should have all those things, accessible facilities in terms of educational devices, in terms of infrastructure for easy access and easy education for the children, for the challenged children with disabilities, But when we talk about the inclusive setup, inclusive education, this becomes more challenging, because in this concept, we have to address each and every child's need. So this is child focused, student focused. So this is the major difference which I understand in between the integrated setup and the inclusive setup. Integrated refers to the institution-based and inclusion refers to the student-based need. So this is very good topic that this is for the inclusion of the child, because I understand based of my lifetime experience and knowledge in the field of area in the area of disability, that every child is different. Every child needs to be addressed in the way it is adaptive for himself. So it cannot be generalized at all. There are something which can be generalized, but when you reach at a level, then you have to address each and every child depending upon his very specific need. Even in case of non-verbal learning disability, some children may have some different concept, some children may have some different perspective. So the teacher who is trying to teach the child is to understand the need of each and every child having learning disability, which itself is a major challenge. So I hope that out of this CRE program in the 2 days, having very experts, very prominent and very learned experts with us, we will definitely be able to transform education, transform knowledge, and disseminate knowledge on this very good topic to all those who are in need of such updation of the knowledge. So it is, in my understanding, is very good topic, and I bless all of you and expect this department to keep this type of program continued in the near future. And I again extend my warm wishes and bless all of you for the successful conduct of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. It is an honor and privilege to have amidst us our most respected chief guest of the inaugural ceremony, Dr. Vishwajit Saha, Director, Skill Education, Central Board of Secondary Education, Delhi. Welcoming our chief guest with a token of gratitude, may I request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari to kindly present a Tulsi sapling to Honorable Dr. Vishwajit Saha, Director, Skill Education, CBSE. Can we have the Tulsi sapling presentation, please? Dr. Vishwajit Saha is Director, Skill Education in CBSE New Delhi and manages the works of skill curriculum design, development of student resource books, and introduction of new skill subjects to promote vocational education right from middle school in line of National Education Policy 2020 recommendations in true spirit. Prior to joining CBSE in 2011, Dr. Saha was faculty member and HOD CSE at Government Engineering College, Agartala, served as OSD Technical Education, Government of Tripura, and worked with Tripura Central University and NIC, Government of India, in various capacities. Dr. Saha handled execution of various development projects of World Bank, AICTE, UGC, and Mighty One. He had actively participated in drafting of NVEQF, NSQF notified by MHRD and MSDE in 2012 and 2013 respectively. He drives promotion of future skill in schools with strong industry association and oversee digital education movement under Vidya Dan at Diksha. Dr. Saha is a member of various national and international committees constituted by AICTE, State Higher Education Council, DGT, NCTE, Ministry of Education, and MSDE. It is an honor to have with us Dr. Vishwajit Saha, Director, Skill Education, Central Board of Secondary Education, Delhi. May I now please kindly request Dr. Vishwajit Saha, our most honored chief guest, to kindly put forward his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Warm good morning to all of you, especially Professor Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor Pujari, Mr. S.K. Srivastav, former director of Rehabilitation Council of India. I think, and all the eminent participant faculty members who join us today virtually from different part of the country. It is really a great pleasure for me to be here with you all, of course, in a virtual mode. And that too also muting my camera because I'm right now going for some other meeting. So that's why in a car, that's why I'm not switching on the camera. But the topic which university has rightly chosen, I think it is a need of the hour. And if you look into these special yesterday's news that in the specific app has been designed by the government of India Education Department to identify CWSN. And this is a landmark decisions one way, because many a times the parents are hesitant to disclose, and also both knowingly and unknowingly. And many a time, if teachers, counselor, if they are able to identify that particular individuals with some difficulty, again, these mindset issues need to be clarified. And that way, the more and more awareness campaign is required. And I think this kind of workshops is definitely going to help the master trainer, the teachers educator, in altogether into a different paradigm, so that real inclusiveness in the societal platforms can be easily achievable. And moreover, I think these kind of programs, as Mr. Srivastava also rightly mentioned, that is a regular features. And number two, work and progressing in work in a best possible way, if we can really identify, I think then more and more parents are going to disclose these facts, and they can also possibly identify the whatever way that they are facing these issues at home, and at least they will come forward to discuss the matter with the school authority. And similarly, a school authority also can easily communicate these issues with the parents, and gradually on trust basis, a bond will develop, and ultimately the issues pertaining to such student can be differently addressed. The second point is, many a times it has been seen, especially I am just trying to include only the K-12 sector initially. Many a times the school, for the sake of their better result, because mostly the board based assessment, whether it is class 10th or 12th, they are how and what way that differently abled or student with CWSN students facilitations are sometimes in many schools try to put this matter in a limited way, and they try to discourage the parents that after certain class, especially after post class 8, up to class 8, many of the good schools or affordable schools are okay with the facility extensions. But post 9 to 12, usually that journey becomes difficult for the parents to actually take over, because this is case-to-case basis. We are aware that many schools try to push these parents to go to open schooling systems, and some way that CBSE pattern or regular other schools board pattern would be difficult for them. That kind of message some way conveyed by the regular school. So which is actually, I think, some way, one way the parents are stressed with certain thing. And again, this kind of nomenclature is going to demoralize, and ultimately that stress directly or indirectly comes to the particular group of students. So my sincere request that through this kind of training program, how we can sensitize more and more parents, more and more school authority, so that, and moreover, if you ask what Central Board of Secondary Education is doing, if you look into 5 years back or today's, there are a lot of facility we are trying to create for such category of student. First of all, the choice. Now, 1 to 8, whatever and what kind of educations under new education's policy you are supposed to provide, that is completely individual schools educator or principal's domain. So you can think of fundamental numeracy and literacy, FLN2, subjective knowledge activity enhancement in schools, that is completely your domain. It can be art integrated approach, or it could be sports activity approach, so that these learning disability issues can be addressed one after one. Number 3 is in terms of assessment. If you ask me what facility we are providing at class 9 to 12, now at class 9, the CWSN students can opt one language and any 4 subjects. Now, any 4 means there are list of subjects. For regular students, if you look into, there would be 2 compulsory language plus science, social studies, and maths. These are the compulsory 5 subjects we are offering. But in case of CWSN, they can opt any 1 language plus any 4 subjects, and that is not limiting only these science, social studies, and maths. So they can opt any skill-based subject, they can opt music, they can opt arts. So altogether, the multiple way of combinations we are offering, so that based on their ability, they can pursue that things on their own. And we also give that facility of scribe. We also give the facility now whether in place of written, whether computer-based assessment can be carried out or not. All those discussions are on, and maybe very soon that kind of technology infused assessment would be a reality in CBSE system. So that way at senior secondary level also, of course, there the scheme of study is like that 1 language and any 4 subjects of out of more than 200 subjects a student can opt. So that way, how we can create a positive value amongst those children, that should be our focus. And through this kind of training workshops, Amity University is definitely creating a huge value propagations, and especially that all these resource persons you have invited, I think they themselves are seasoned experts. So my request would be all these participant educators, they are getting a platform through this university to interact with all those seasoned and esteemed experts. So you can put your queries and interact with them, so that whatever problem you are facing on ground, that can really be mitigated by those experts. And lastly, that I'm thinking about that maybe somewhere this, whether the terminology disable we cannot use, but here that gifted natures, how we can extract their special ability. So that focus is
I think due to some connectivity, certain glitches are coming.
I'm sorry. I think,
Kindly go ahead, sir. Kindly
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead, please. Thank you.
I think I have.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, how we can create a value, especially among those children, and how to identify their special ability. For that, I think educators can create a special drive. I think one way identifications of their learning disability up to this, there are a lot of works happen. But after that, what kind of special ability they have so that they can pursue their career over a period of time, and accordingly they can be guided. Those nomenclatures need to be identified, created, and so that success stories of such children, also those your pass out, both from the university systems or school systems, what way they create their own story. So I think those inspirational activities, somewhere if university took over, I think that would be fabulous. And my last part is the more and more research activity need to be carried out. And here we are open if any university students wants to carry out some kind of research where CWS and students are very much enrolled in our ecosystems, whether it is CBSE affiliated schools or state-run schools. I think those kind of activities we can carry out later on. So with this wish, I think these 2 days would be a highly interactive sessions, of course, in a virtual mode also it is possible. And thank you, university management. You are doing excellent work, and especially this particular area is close to my heart. And whatever way you want our participations in any of the activities, we are open for that. Once again, thank you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your visionary thoughts, and we are highly honored with your presence today.
Dr.
May I
Anusia,
now-
Dr. Anusia, I have one concern. If you please permit
Yes.
me, I
Sir,
can,
kindly.
I want to utilize the presence of Dr. Biswajit Saha here. It may not be very relevant to this CRE topic, but if with the kind permission of Dr. Saha, may I mention one thing, Professor Saha?
Please, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Dr. Mr. Saha, I was practicing as a State Commissioner of Disabilities in UP for 3 years. So when I found that there are many cases with CBSE, because you have CBSE has issued a circular to appoint in every intermediate CBSE affiliated colleges to appoint one lecturer, one teacher for learning disability. So this particular instruction of CBSE is not being implemented properly. So may I draw your kind attention to reiterate and take it forward so that the employability in the area increases, and this becomes very prospective for our all those aspirants who are attending this year program. That is all.
I completely agree, because you see, CBSE, of course, as per our affiliations bylaw, it has been mandated that every school must appoint a special counselor who can, he or she can look into these affairs. And there is a huge employment opportunity. But many a times, as I have mentioned, because for the sake of when CBSE school inspections happen, everything's are in place, but after 2 years or 3 years, many a times, I should not mention in the public forum, but we get this kind of complaint from the side of the parents or from the side of many school teacher. So you have flagged this issue. We are definitely going to look into, and it is already there in our ongoing process, that whenever any schools come for the extension, so these mandated clauses are duly examined. But that is a citizen responsibility. Means any private school management, in the vicinity, there are a lot of peoples who are actually victim out of it. And besides providing good quality education, this is also mandated that how inclusive a particular school is, and accordingly schools are being graded. Thank you.
Right. But my humble submission is to reiterate a reminder so
Hmm.
that a special educator in learning disability in all the special school in the CBSE affiliated school can be done. And that will be a great contribution to the society. Sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
very-
you once
thank you
again
very
to
much.
the Amity management.
Thank
Namaskar.
you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
May I now invite Dr. Ram Shankar Saxena, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to kindly put forward the vote of thanks. Dr. Ram Shankar Saxena, please.
Thank you, Anusuya, madam. On behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I, Dr. Ram Shankar Saxena, Assistant Professor, feel privileged to give the program titled Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Setup will witness the presence of various eminent speakers and resource persons who will deliberate on various topics of important children with non-verbal learning disability. For the success of every program, the hard work, effort, and the constant commitment of many are involved. Now is the time to express our gratitude to one and all. I would wish to place on record my sincere gratitude to our most inspiring and most dynamic and diligent leader, our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Chairman, AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Sir. Without his guidance and blessing, program would not have been possible. I would also wish to put forward my sincere regards to our respected Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir, Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, whose vision guides us to reach greater heights. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to our eminent Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Madam, who has always been the guiding spirit and driving force. I thank Madam for her gracious support in today's program. I also express my deepest gratitude to today's respected chief guest, Dr. Vishwajit Saha, sir, who shared his word of wisdom and deep insight with us. Thank you so much, sir. I also offer my greatest thanks to Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Madam, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences and Dean Rehabilitation Sciences, for her support and motivation in organizing this CRE program. I express my gratitude to Dr. S.K. Srivastav, Sir, Senior Director, RBF, and Advisor, Founder President Office, Head Amity Foundation for Developmental Disabilities, for addressing the gathering and sharing his deep insight with the participant. I also extend my grateful thanks to all the faculty members of AIRS for their effort and constant support. I thank Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, Joint Director, Madam, AIRS, for her constant motivation and support in all innovative endeavor of the institution. I also thank her for joining us and supporting us. I also, last but not least, I thank the participants who have joined us for a great learning experience. Thank you. Thank you so much for all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And coming to the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony, we now proceed to the first session. And now I hand over the session to Dr. Sampurna Guha, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences. Over to you, Dr. Sampurna Guha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anusuya ma'am. And dear participants, now is the time to move on further with our CRE program. Once again, on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, we welcome you all to the two-day CRE program. Hope that you all have a very good learning experience. We know that all of you are awaiting eagerly the beginning of the first session, which is titled as Understanding Nonverbal Learning Disability. This session will be taken by Dr. Preeti Verma, former professor, Department of Special Education, SNDT University, Mumbai. Before we begin with the session, let's take a quick look at the instructions for all the participants. Attendance is mandatory for all the participants for the certification process. Please ensure that you join the program online for both the days and for the entire duration of the program. Your attendance is being automatically captured on the Zoom platform. Feedback form will be shared at the end of day 1 and again at the end of day 2. Day-wise feedback form has to be filled compulsorily by all the participants. The evaluation form is meant only for the CRE participants and will be shared at the end of day 1 and day 2 on the chat box of this Zoom platform and also on the WhatsApp group. Please ensure that you fill the evaluation forms by the end of the day. So with this, we come to an end of the important instructions. And now let us begin with the much awaited session. I invite Dr. Ramshankar Saxena, Assistant Professor AIRS, to kindly introduce the esteemed speaker to our audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sampurna ma'am. Welcome, Preeti ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for joining us. Professor Preeti Verma, an educationist with experience of over 32 years with a commitment towards building progressive pedagogical practices, psychometric testing, teaching, administration, research, and teacher training. She had been former HOD of Special Education, SNDT, Women's University, Associate Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, IQAC Coordinator, and Chairperson of Internal Complaint Committee at SNDT, Women University, Mumbai. She has conducted researches in special education and inclusive education in national and international projects. Her research papers have been published in reputed journals. As a teacher, educator, and psychologist, she has worked with children with intellectual disability, learning disability, and cerebral palsy, and their parents too. She has worked with teachers from special schools and general schools. She has written self-learning material for Mauritius Institute of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Yashwantrao Chauhan Maharashtra Open University, and National on the advisory board at Victoria Memorial School for the Blind, Mumbai, Disha, a resource center for multiple disability, Jaipur, and Nirmala Institute of Education, Goa. She is the founder member of Adira Center for Disability Management, Inclusion and Empowerment is challenging enable. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. We are sure that participants will definitely get a lot of from you in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Jayanti ji. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure working with you and coming back to Amity every time we have a CRE. So thank you for inviting me. And I must say that you all are very efficient in your work. So constantly there have been people who have been in touch with me, reminding me of the session and making me join and keeping me on my toes. So thank you so much for this opportunity. To all the participants, very good morning. I'm just recovering from COVID, so please bear with me if there is a bout of, I would say, cough. I am ready with all my Kanthil and my coffee sills so that it doesn't get disrupted, but please bear with me. So can I share my screen?
Yes, yes. Yes, it is visible.
It is visible. Oh,
Visible, ma'am.
oh, okay, great, great, great. So, I think the topic which I was given was understanding non-verbal learning disability, and we had made a tool also on non-verbal learning disability, but somehow that didn't materialize because I was out of the system. So, non-verbal learning disability is often missed and misunderstood. So when I say that it is often missed because certain characteristics of these children are such that, like, we don't recognize it. And even like, many a times we are not very sure whether this is a child with learning disability, or whether this is a child with Asperger's, or whether this is ADHD. So that is why it is a little to misunderstood. So today we will be talking about how they are different from learning disabilities, the other conditions, what are the causes of NVLD, the general characteristics, the profiles, and also, like, specific strategies as to how we can tackle such issues in the classroom. Now, non-verbal learning disability is like, children have problems with their motor skills, motoric problems. So like, when I'm writing or when I'm tying a shoelace is one of the very, very common things. And in one of the movies, I think it was one of Karan Johar's movie, where Hrithik Roshan couldn't tie his laces. They, of course, did not tackle it from the disability point of view. It was just a remembrance of how the caretaker recognized him because of that. But tying of shoelaces, those skills, is a problem with these children. Okay. So, nonverbal learning disability is a neurological disorder which originates in the right hemisphere of the of the brain. When we talk about dyslexia, it is the left hemisphere, whereas the NVLD is the right hemisphere. So, now, NVLD is defined as a distinctive disorder in the DSM-5 also, and its presence varies from person to person, and the significant problems is in academics, especially with mathematical concepts. So wherever there are long divisions, and wherever there are fractions and graphs and shapes, then, like, there is a problem in organizing their work. So as I said earlier, there is problem with gross and fine motor skills, and like, which uh, because of which they struggle with simple tasks, a simple task like, using scissors, simple tasks like tying their shoes, riding a bicycle. So these are the problems that children with learning disability have. And they also avoid like, playing any sports because they are clumsy, and, like, they're when they're cycling, they're always falling. When you're coming down the staircase, they're always falling. Now, if you recall, there may be few children in the classroom who are always getting hurt. like when you are entering the classroom, so they bang into the door of the classroom, or else they are the ones who while walking they get uh, uh, entering their tables, when they're going to sit, either it is the teacher's table that they bang into or somebody else's desk that they bang into. So these are the children, and we do have such children, and we keep saying, "Arey, theek se dekh ke chalo na, why are you always banging?" And these are the children, because of the gross and fine motor skills, that they have problems. So because they do not take part in sports and other physical activities, so either it is by choice or an inability to do it, that we always see they are left out by the peers. uh, Now, these problems could have a devastating effect on the children, and it may impact a child's social, academic, emotional well-being. So there are, you can see significant social problems, significant emotional problems. They are crying when they're not supposed to cry, or they are crying in front of public, whereas when children generally grow up, they don't want to cry in front of others. They would rather go inside, cry, and then be out. But these children have no such, I would say, social sense or social skills, that the appropriate, whether it is an appropriate situation, that is where they have problems. So understanding, so they have impairment in their capacity to perceive, capacity to understand non-verbal signs. To express even non-verbally is difficult for these children. So non-verbal consists of specific sets of assets and deficits, the same way like we talk about all the other uh, that like we talk about all the other ways, sorry, all other disabilities, whether it is dyslexia, dysgraphia, that each one of has their own strengths and have their own weaknesses. Similarly, it is the same with these children. The new DSM-5 which has come does not have a formal diagnosis. I said that earlier also. There's no formal diagnosis of nonverbal learning disability, because there's not much researches which are there. Of course, if you read the foreign journals, you would still find, but in India it is not, not too many people are working on it. So typically determined by specific behaviors and a discrepancy between verbal IQ and performance test. Now with the a new diagnosis, the discrepancy, especially when we talk about learning disability, we have stopped seeing the discrepancy between verbal and performance. But because there is no other criteria for NVLD, we still go by the discrepancy between the IQ and the PIQ, and the PIQ is the VIQ is generally far more higher than the PIQ. A right hemisphere disability, a name of learning disabilities that are not language based. Their language skills, these children demonstrate a very good verbal skills. So, and because they have very good verbal skills, that is why they go unsuspected. They are blamed, accused of for being uncooperative. They are viewed as lazy. They fall behind academically, because and the biggest question mark is, when the IQ is so high, why is the child not performing? So parents also say, teachers also say, that this is nothing but pure laziness. often go unrecognized or are misdiagnosed, similar in ways of Asperger's, like, the same Asperger's, like, there's a thin line between the two, and sometimes we do get confused whether the child is an NVLD or an Asperger's. So children with NVLD typically have good verbal intellectual abilities. I've just explained it to you. Their the academic and social success or skills leave their parents and teachers puzzled, because uh, they are good, but then they are unable to perform the way they should be performing. Their motivation levels are low because, one, the interaction with their own peers, because of their social skills, is such that the interaction also is very less. So when you're not meeting with your peers, and when you're not sitting with your peers, you do not know where to go. Now, often the child feels very frustrated, the child feels very defeated, and the fact that nobody is understanding the child also plays with on the minds of the child. So it affects skills like abstract thinking, spatial relationship, affects a child's social skills, not his speech or writing skills. When you're making the child write, spellings may be a problem, but the problem of a verbal expression, written expression, is not a problem. They are able to write, and unlike dyslexia, this is just the opposite of dyslexia. So trouble understanding communication that is not verbal. So, like, your voice and facial expressions, your body language, the sarcasms, the anger, all these things the child is unable to understand. So there can be a cluster of problems, which is socially inept, physically clumsy, difficulty with maths, general visual spatial processing. So these, these are the problems that the child is facing. Now, the difference between non-verbal learning disability and learning disability, I have been saying that the main issue is your verbal skills and non-verbal skills. It is like dyslexia is a language-based disorder. This one is not. Children who have learning disability are very good in speaking. They're very good in communicating, and that is why these children go unnoticed. That is why there is always a big question mark as to like, what is the problem with this child. He's so good at speaking, he can write. Spelling errors, a lot of people just ignore it these days with computer around. I believe a lot of children have started using the computers and copy paste, and there's a spell check. So if you give them paper pencil to write, they make mistakes. They are writing in and short forms. So when all children are doing that, and this particular child also is doing that, then there is a confusion as to how to um, how to diagnose this particular child. So is the condition which is most likely associated with social skill issues. There are several conditions that make it hard for children to connect. Now, there can be comorbid conditions, and uh, how do we test these children is that there has to be a neuropsychologist who, after extensive testing, can probably find out what is the problem with the child. Now, given that the individual who has an average of above average intelligence, intellectual abilities, now if such children perform or have deficits in other areas, we do not know how to tackle it. And like you will see that there are substantial weaknesses in non-verbal abilities, in visual spatial abilities, and this will cause them to be impaired in academic and other life domains. So, what we will see is a significant problem in academics. We will see problems in maths. We will see problems in spellings, but more in visual spatial relations. So it does not affect their speech or their writing skills, because they have a very strong verbal skills. They have big vocabulary. They But still they are unable to understand sarcasm. So uh, these are the comorbid conditions, which is with the NVLD. So it could be ADHD and other conditions that they have similar symptoms. And or like, for example, excessive talking and poor coordination and interrupting conversations. So though ADHD is not a learning disability, it is a brain-based condition that make it difficult for children to concentrate and consider consequences and control control their impulses. Then the other comorbid could be your language disorders, and these are problems with talking, like your expressive language disorder and this understanding, receptive language disorder. So conditions, children with these conditions may have trouble understanding and using gestures, following directions, knowing how to maintain a conversation. And the other thing which often gets, like, we get confused, I have already spoken earlier, is the Asperger's, ASD. So this is a developmental disorder which affects ability to socialize and communicate clearly with others. And with NVLD, it is also communication skills mm, and poor social skills, poor communication skills. So then there is always a confusion whether this is NVLD or whether this is a mm, uh, whether this is a um, uh, ASD. And like, generally people say that since the symptoms overlap, it could be possible that the child could be on the milder range of ASD. So, but these are separate conditions, and many a times we have also seen that comorbidity, that is the internalizing disorders, there are possibilities that the child may have depression, may have anxiety, may develop feelings of incompetence, worthlessness, lack of understanding. Now, these are the conditions, and like, especially with the NVLD, we also see that children with the NVLD also have anxiety issues. The causes of NVLD are not known, and it is assumed that it is the pregnancy and birth difficulties, like very long labor at birth, having the umbilical cord wrapped around the neck, premature birth, low birth weight, serious infections as a young infant. Again, those mother's illness during pregnancy, smoking, drinking alcohol, these are assumptions, and not one cannot really say that this is the cause. So non-verbal learning disabilities are much less likely to run in families than other learning disabilities. Like we generally say that the child who, if one of the parent has learning disability, it is a possibility. And in all my years of clinical experience, I have practiced, I have seen that when a child with learning disability comes and we take the history, I have generally found that it is either the father who's had, or the mother who's had, or an uncle who's had, or a sister who's had. So there is always, it runs in the family. Maybe that time it was not diagnosed as learning disability, but the type of characteristics and conditions they inform you, you can well make out that this was learning disability. So others think that problems may lie with the frontal lobe of the brain, an area of the brain that includes executive functional skills, so such as memory, organization, and planning. Now, these children may still be eligible for special education services, though there is no mandate on in the DSM for these children, but these children do need special education services. Now, the characteristics of NVLD does not have friends. Now, these are the children because of the poor social skills. These are the children who have very few friends. They're not understood by others. And if they're wanting to be affiliated with a particular group, what happens that the group takes advantage of them, and makes them do all the jobs which this poor child will readily be doing because he needs affiliation with that group. And then when he gets into trouble, then the teachers and the principal and the parents, they get at him. Attention deficit, yes, they have issues with attention. They have issues with social clues. You when when we were small, our mother would just look at us, and that gaze itself, we knew that no, this is not right. Now here, even if you nudge the boy or the girl, and or if you frown, or if you gaze at him, this child will not be able to read the clues. Even if there are situations where you cannot verbalize that this is wrong, you shouldn't be doing this, don't pick up like this. Generally we understand through non-verbal cues. We are told don't do this, don't do that, and that is also through the eyes, through the expressions of our elders, that we understand. These children do not understand at all. Visual spatial is a problem with these children. Now, with this visual spatial, what happens is that suppose I and you will have to sit on a sofa. What will we do? We will say, excuse me, and make place for ourselves, and we will go and sit, right? And sit in a way that, either we don't touch the other person or we don't hurt the other person. Now, this child with the problems with visual spatial relations will come and sit on the sofa, and probably maybe sitting on somebody's lap, because he does not have that sense that the space between two people, I have to fit into that. Either I go backwards or I come forward and I sit like that. Written work, which is very poorly organized. Organizational skills, executive skills are very, very poor. Hard to follow directions. So give them a direction, they will not be able to follow your directions. They have very messy handwriting, taking things too literally, trouble reading social clues, lack of common sense, and as well as difficulty with word problems in maths. Unable to follow multiple step directions, studies but fails, trouble doing maths in the head, that is mental maths, unable to mentally visualize information. Like, you generally, we say, keep this in your mind, think, visualize how it will look. This becomes difficult for the children. Inconsistent spacing between letters and words when they're writing, the handwriting. I've been saying the written expression is good, but the handwriting is very poor. Spellings are very poor. Because these children with NVLD usually have great vocabulary, and the memory skills are reasonably good, so it often leads to the rationalization of the symptoms as less noteworthy. So we say, no, no, I think he'll get over it. So especially in social situation, many a times it may result in taking things too literally or adopting an all or nothing approach. So these are the issues. So and all of these, your inconsistent sizing of letters, reads but difficult to articulate the main idea. The reading is very smooth there, there's, it's not effortful, it is fluent. So that is why, because their reading is so fluent, that they get ignored. uh, so whenever there are shapes of letters, your K's and Y's, copying and drawing shapes, uh, writing on lines, remembering to keep margins, having a legible handwriting, so spacing words apart, keeping columns of numbers straight in a, uh, especially if you're doing your divisions and if you're doing your multiplications. So drawing becomes a problem. Working in any of the art projects is a problem with these children. So great vocabulary, verbal expression, excellent memory skills, attention to details, but misses the bigger picture. Trouble understanding reading, difficulty with maths, especially word problems, poor abstract reasoning, physically awkward, poor coordination, and messy, laborious handwriting. And the worst thing is that, the children do not understand sarcasm, they do not understand jokes. So every time, they are told that, if you say it sarcastically, if you say it anger, then they are not able to understand that at all, and which may lead to anxiety, which may lead to depression, which may lead to self motor skills. Okay. Concrete thinking takes things very literally. I've explained all these. Trouble with nonverbal communication, poor social skills, difficulty making and keeping friends, fear of new situations, trouble adjusting to changes, may be very naive and lack common sense. So, may withdraw, becoming an agrophobic. So, now when we come to uh, this, there are basically deficits or dysfunctions in these 5 areas, which is visual, spatial organization, higher order comprehension, social communication, executive functions, and motoric. So when we talk about visual spatial awareness, they have trouble understanding visual imagery. So like, when you say, imagine like, you are at the beach, or you're in the garden, and you're sitting on a bench, and like, somebody comes from behind, and is wearing a gorilla dress. They will not be able to visualize. Difficulty in discriminating and recognizing visual detail and visual relationships. So like, you uh, especially when you're drawing, and all that, you need that visual detailing. I can do it, but then the bigger thing which is there, I give up, because I'm unable to concentrate on each and every detail. uh, the left right orientation problems are there. So like, you're evaluating visual spatial orientations. These are the children you would be seeing is like, putting their left shoe on the right leg, and so on. Even so, like, even when they're wearing their t-shirts, or like, they're putting their arm in the wrong sleeve. Trouble grasping relationships between things they see, and have a clear sense of where they are. They can make them physically awkward. This can, so like, seeing relationships between things is what is a problem with them. So whatever experiences which are which are stored in their memory are through their verbal labels. Verbal skills are very good, don't forget that. Dyslexia and verbal skills are not good at all. Verbal skills are good, so that is what is stored in their memory, but not visual images. Visual spatial is a problem, visual thinking is a problem, abstract thinking is a problem. So that is why there is a problem. And sometimes not all children may have a very good memory. Some children may have poor memory, or an average memory for new or complex material which is not easily verbally coded. Now get the point. If it is not verbally coded, they probably will not be able to do it. So coordination of visual input with the motoric processes, that is visual motor integration, may be a problem. What I see, I put it in my head and I write it down. This coordination is a problem. Form constancy, I and U, if it is an A, we see it in any form, we are able to recognize it as an A. Whether it is on a billboard, whether it is hanging from the tree, whether it is in a cursive, whether they use any forms, I and you probably will recognize. These children will not be able to do that because of their deficit in form constancy. Focuses on these details, but fails to grasp the big picture. Now, higher order comprehension. Now, this is the ability to identify the main idea in something. Like, when you're reading and you say, okay, now tell me, what is the gist of this story? What is the main key point in this story? So that can be a problem at times. So ability to comprehend reading, write or tell a story effectively. I can read very well. I can read the entire story, but how much have I comprehended from that? Can you tell me the gist of that story? So this is what I need to. Unable to take down notes because my handwriting is very clumsy. My spellings are very bad. They take down everything which is there. Sometimes, like, when you're listening to lectures and we're taking notes, we write down what is important, not each and every word that the teacher says. So in my effort to write down each and every word, that they write the wrong things or they miss out on the key points. Social skills. Trouble reading emotion in facial cues and body language. So, say, often don't know what's going on in social interactions. So, like, suppose you have a child and you says, "Do I do this?" And in your anger, you say, "No, no, don't do this. Go and play." The child will actually literally go and play, because you, in your anger, you, in your sarcasm, you're saying that he's supposed to be going to the library. He's supposed to be sitting and studying just now. I have a child who, an NVLD child, and he has been coming to me ever since he was in the third standard. And now, of course, he's a grown up boy and studying abroad. Now, this child was, and I give this example very often, that this child, like, just mark my what I'm saying, that has a poor social skills. So one day, uh, like, no tuition teacher would come to his house. They would come, and in an hour's time, they would just go away. And the next day they wouldn't want to come, because he says things which he is not supposed to say. So this lady, who a maths teacher who had come, she started, and she generally starts with saying a small prayer and then starting to teach. So every time she would ask this boy that, please join me in my prayers, and he would never do it. So before and after the class, this prayer session would be on. Now, one day he was doing some math sums which his father had already taught him. When the father taught him, he understood. And maybe the teacher was using another method of doing the same sum. So when the uh, class finished and the teacher said her small prayer, this boy said, "Miss, I will also pray with you today." So she was very happy. She said, "Okay, come, let's pray." So once they finished praying, and the teacher asked her, asked him, "What did you pray?" So this boy said, "I prayed to God to give you more brains." Now, see, this is what any other child would never say. And the teacher was furious. The mother went down on her knees, apologizing. But he said, "But what wrong did I do?" She didn't know the sum, she didn't know how to solve it. Little realizing that the teacher has used another method of teaching. Father may have taught him a more simpler way simpler way of solving that sum. So this is where the social skills, social cues are lacking. So they miss the social pattern of other kids pick up automatically. Like, if there is a situation where all other children, let's say there's floods, or it's raining, pouring, like all other children are enjoying the rain and, going home wearing their raincoats. This particular child is standing there and crying. It's raining, it's flooding. What do I do? So these are the things which what children learn naturally, of coping with situations, of handling situations. Difficulty with social communication. So, how to interact with the peers, how to interact with your teachers, how to interact with your principal, with your relatives, with your parents. The clumsiness is such that, when they sit and eat, their fork is either following, or their glass is dropping, or the food is dropping. So what happens is that the family gets so upset that they say, okay, let him eat before, then we'll all eat together. So there, see, social skills also, opportunity to learn social skills also is lost over there, because he's now eating on his own and he can do whatever he wants to. Deficit in social awareness and social judgment. So, like child is struggling to in her fit in her actions, and certainly not deliberate. So will often be misinterpreted as annoying, getting attention getting behaviors by adults and peers. So, like, even if this child with all his goodness does anything, he is still like, it's always misinterpreted, like, as if he's seeking attention. So are motivated to conform and adapt socially. So, like, wanting to be with a group, wanting to be part of a help group is there they want to do. And as a result, what happened, they are perceiving the social situations inappropriately, and others also take advantage of them. So the blunders committed are usually not blatant in nature, but rather continuous and tenacious. Continuously it is happening. The same thing is happening again and again and again, and that becomes very annoying. Unable to interpret body language, such as facial expressions, gestures, postural cues. So changes in tones of voice, normally, like, when I remember when I met with an accident, and this physiotherapist was coming to me, and of course these bones, etc., like, when you do physiotherapy, it aches. So, like, the physiotherapist would start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and by that time your pain has increased, your tiredness has increased, but then her tone, like, 7, 8, 9, 10, which you understood that, like, she is serious, she means business. Even if it is paining, you have to do it, because we understand that tone. These children do not understand that. So any facial expressions, gestures, postural cues, change in tone, uh, that they are unable to understand. Also, like, the hidden meanings are, or like, they're very concrete and literal in their translations. So concept of, like, these abstract concept of honesty, dishonesty, how can a person be dishonest? That don't understand. They take everybody at face value, they trust everybody, everybody becomes their good friends. So social judgment, which may be evidenced by impulsive behavior, inappropriate affect. So they are inattentive, they are hyperactive, they have impulsive behavior patterns. So because of this, they may be diagnosed as ADHD. And these days, a lot of malpractices are also happening, is just because it is not reported in your DSM 5. That is why parents prefer that he be called an ADHD, or he be called ASD, or be called LD, because of the concessions which are being given. Now, executive functioning is, these are the skills which we use to organize our thinking, our planning, how to carry out our actions, how to solve these problems. So most of these children have difficulty in organizing and planning functions. Every day the mother may be asking him to pack your school bag. Have you packed it? Yes, I have. But post that, when we reach school, either it is the compass box which is missing, or a particular book which is missing, it is always a problem with them, organizing and planning. So, like, when they're doing a project, breaking down into smaller pieces, conceiving steps, that is difficult for them. don't really know what like figuring out means. The last one is the motoric. Now motoric, as we all know, is psychomotor coordination. That is a problem. You're coming down the stairs and you see that there's one boy who's tripped. You walk on the road, I don't know how the person trips. There's no pothole, there's no stone, nothing, but we trip. We play football, football is kept there, and I go and kick in the air. We drive a cycle, and that also we are unable to do it. So motor clumsiness is there, and since motor clumsiness is there, you will be seeing that in handwriting also. You will be seeing that in art and painting also. You will be seeing that in like when they are working together in groups and making the projects. So all that you will see. So there's a dominant difference. There's a recognizable differences between the dominant and your non-dominant sides of the body. So where there is more noticeable problems on the left side of the body. So I mean, many of the researchers also say that the child with NVLD may appear drunk when he or she begins to walk. How much time do I still have?
Ma'am, our next session starts at 11:45. So you have another 7 minutes with you, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So lack of motor control is there. So you are bumping, you are getting in the way. Like, even if you're walking, there's somebody who's coming from that side and we are walking, we just don't go and bang into somebody like that. But that the distance between how I need to walk, if somebody's coming, I will take one step sideways so that we walk peacefully. No, we will walk, and that he's not doing it on purpose. He's unable to think, he's unable to visualize the distance between two people when they are walking. So learning to ride a bike may be difficult. Athletic skills like jumping jack, skipping, jumping rope, all that may be difficult. Fine motor skills may be affected. So all these are the various skills, difficulties which these children have. Okay, so I'm skipping this because you do not have time. Okay. Now, so your modifications and strategies when you are in the classroom, how do your learning models for successful navigation? So you have compensations, you have accommodations. So you can give extra time, verbal cues to navigate through spaces. Keep telling him, be careful, like, walk straight, come in the center. So this is how we need to keep doing it. Do not underestimate the gravity of this disability. Normally, because they are so verbose and they can read that, like, when they're very small, we are unable to actually recognize that. So don't force independence. All the other children are doing it. Why can't you doing? Why can't you doing it? So avoid that comparison. Avoid any power struggles, criticisms, punishment, because even if you're punishing him, it will not affect him. This particular child was like, every time he would get wanting to be with the child I'm talking about, wanting wanting to be with the group, that he would go and pick up their fights, and then, like, when the principal would call them, everybody would point at him that he did it, he picked up a fight, we didn't do it, but it was instigated. The group told him to go and fight, and as a result, what happened is that the child was suspended from school. So many times the child was suspended. They suspended for 2 days, suspended for 4 days. But that didn't help at all because he didn't understand. Why am I suspended? My friends told me to go fight, so I fought. So, see, that is where the comprehension is lacking. Omit or modify the writing assignments when we are giving your assignments. Simply layout of the test answers, arrangements of visual, spatial, maths assignments. So there what you can do is that you can give uh, like, maybe make columns and say, okay, within these columns you have to write your assignment. Then the child will gradually do it. Now when you give like, you're teaching a new concept, then what you can do is that, like, give a short review or connections to the previous lessons before teaching the new idea. So that may be helpful. And also, like, use simple, concrete, clear language, because he's not able to understand the meaning, he cannot understand the deeper meanings, so use clear language. So explain the figure of speech as you use them. So many times when somebody talks to us and we say, oh, did you really mean this? So no, that is an expression. Like, they always, like, amongst ourselves also, we say, no, I don't mean it, but that is an expression. So then we understand, okay, what the meaning is and what in this particular situation it means, but that our children will not understand. So speak slowly, give your directions slowly, provide notes to use in the classroom, give them beforehand so that they can read it. Help the student to zero in the key points. So, like, when we say that they have difficulty in extracting the key point, the gist of the story, that is a problem with them. When we're talking about jokes and when we're talking about sarcasms, explain that. So, like, explain the meaning and say, this is what this means. And also break down abstract concepts and try to rephrase it if possible. Limit the quantity limit the quantity of the written work, because they do not want to write. Their handwriting is very, very disorganized, very untidy. So provide assistance in tasks which may require folding, which may require cutting, because motor skills and fine motor is a problem. So these are the things that as teachers we need to keep in mind. Provide learning environment daily that is non-threatening to uh, like, and also which would promote social development. Cooperative learning should be available, because a good role model would do benefits to the child. And uh, give additional time, collect thoughts, for the child to collect thoughts, to say, okay, hold on, think about it, I will come back to you. So uh, what you can do is you can shorten the assignments, because a big assignment may be very overwhelming for the child. So shorten it, and adapt worksheets to cut down on handwriting. Now, like, circling of the answers and filling the blanks. At least what we're trying to see is that the child is able to I mean, we're evaluating how much the child knows, so it doesn't matter uh, if we are giving long answers or whether we are giving short answers and covering the whole context. Now, some of the strategies that we can use is, you can give verbal feedback, you can use WH strategies, you can give explicit feedback, and like, use your organizers, you can use your mind maps, verbally teach the child, uh, like, provide a quiet area where the child can work and is less distracted. So uh, use a non-verbal signal with the student to indicate that there is a break. So, like, when we start using nonverbal signals, then the child is starting to look at those signals. Also, what you can do is teach social rules like how close to understand. When we talk, we maintain a distance. These children do not, they come so close to you that it becomes uncomfortable. So you have to say, no, no, hold. This is the distance at which we will be standing and we will be talking. So how close, how to interpret body language and other non-verbal cues. So this we will have to teach to the children, respond in how to respond to inappropriate behaviors. That is our responsibility. If a child's behavior is inappropriate, we cannot just laugh. We have to teach that behavior. This is how you have to be. So expand coping techniques which the child has already acquired. So you need to improve your schedules. You can make changes as little as possible. So the more changes you make, the more difficulties the child will have. So use laminated cards. You provide verbal cues before transitions. Give the student plenty of time to review. Let the student, I have explained all of these to you. Provide a rubric that describes the element of a successful assignment. So you have a rubric, you say, okay, now you need to write the introduction. Have you written that? Yes. Put a tick mark over here. Now you need to write a topic. Have you written this? Yes. Put a tick mark over here. That is a rubric. If you give, shorten your assignments. Okay, so with this, thank you very much. I'm sorry for all the coughing, etc., which took place. And in case if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to take them. Dr. Ram Shankar, Jayanti ji,
Hello, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
I'm
Sampan,
Hello, ma'am.
thank you so much.
Audible?
yes, you are. Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, thank you for giving us a very detailed, elaborate presentation on the characteristics of children with NVLD who are often misdiagnosed. And as you said, a lot of problems and issues happen because of the lack of proper identification of these children. Ma'am, I would like you to respond to two important queries from the participants which have come up. One query is from Miss Meenu Agarwal, who wants to know a person can have both dyslexia and NVLD. Is it true, ma'am?
No, no. Some characteristics may overlap. Some may overlap. For example, it is the spelling. That is why I was saying that like, dyslexia, I'm unable to read, but here I'm able to read properly. I can read this particular child, because he was so like, harassed by his peers, was debarred from school, that he went to the library and start reading books. So these two may not be the same. There may be a misdiagnosis between the two.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true, ma'am. Thank you for highlighting that point for our participants. It will be really helpful for them to understand NVLD truly.
Yeah.
And ma'am, one more participant wants to know whether any tool or test is available to
No,
diagnose
no, not
NVLD.
as yet. Not as yet. There are only like, your teacher made tools are there, and maybe if you go online, you may get some screening tools for NVLD. And if you're very keen, then I would suggest is do a lot of reading, go through the various researches, pick out the characteristics of each, and based upon those characteristics, prepare a tool. if Jayanti ji is ready, let's do this project and prepare and develop a tool on learning disability, non-verbal learning disability.
Yes, Dr. Burma, I just would like to inform you that one of our PhD scholar has taken the topic.
I am
And
aware
we
of that.
hope, we hope that she will do a good job, and at least some reading material, some screening tool for NVLD will be available for our teacher.
I
Actually,
am
the
aware
topic
of
has
that.
been decided due to the need based, because when our students go for the teaching practices, they don't get the screening tool. So that's why we are having a noble effort. Let us see how it is coming up.
Great,
Thank you.
great. That's
Thank you
great.
so much. And with your like health is really not good, but still then you could come and took the lecture. Thank you so much, Dr. Verma.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Always a pleasure coming to your institute. Always a pleasure. So,
Thank you so much, madam, for this insightful discussion on identification and characteristics of children with NVLD. Now, dear participants, it's time to move on to the next much awaited session on assessment and diagnostic tools for NVLD. This particular session will be taken by Dr. Pooja Janayar. Madam has already joined us. Let me introduce Madam to all the respected participants today. Madam is the co-founder of an institution and organization called Total Solutions, which is located in Hyderabad. She is also an educational psychologist who works with children having learning disability, autism, epilepsy, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. Madam is constantly striving to make the identification and assessment of children with disabilities much more feasible, accessible, and her institution, Total Solutions, is also aimed at training teacher trainees who are working for children with special needs. We are indeed very privileged to have you amongst us today, madam, and we look forward to learning more about the screening and identification, the assessment tools and techniques involved in the management of children with NVLD. Over to you, ma'am, for your session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those kind words about me. But I think I just introduce myself always as one Pakka Bihari, then born and brought up in Delhi. And then on top of it, I married to a Malayali. I settled in Andhra, which became Telangana. So you can imagine the deadly combination. I'm very passionate for children, and interest for learning difficulties started almost 20 years back. Yes, you use the right term, that I was really striving through that how to do the right diagnosis. And that particular quest has taken me to different courses, to different places. And I'm very happy, and I really still want to learn much more. The first and foremost, big thanks to Jayanti ma'am and the organizers to select this topic, because when we sit in our learning clinics, we really feel the pain of these children who are not in that so-called diagnostic criteria of dyslexia, neither proper autism spectrum disorder or ADHD, yet suffering in the school. CBSE says we will not give any accommodations because you are not diagnosed yet, or the class is still young one, you are only in 4th and we cannot help. The school says, no, the child is very intelligent, we can make out that, but cannot write anything on paper, or has so much of weird behavior when it comes to language comprehension. So I'm very thankful that someone has taken up this topic and wants to do something more. Preeti ma'am, you already made my job very easy. Thank you so much for that. I intentionally started attending from 11 o'clock because I wanted to know that how exactly NVLD sign and symptoms would be explained. And it was wonderful to listen to you, ma'am. So already ma'am has said I will be very quick about it. So NVLD, as you already know, is a learning disability that causes difficulty with motor, visuospatial, and social skills. Children with NVLD are often well spoken and can write well, but struggle with subtle social cues and comprehensions of abstract concepts. The truth, according to my clinical experience, I'm not going to quote any research because I really feel this topic is still new. People have not started exploring through scientific research so much, though we have some papers, no denial about that too. I really feel that NVLD is a byproduct of many other conditions. Maybe in itself, NVLD as a diagnosis would become very tough because the primary factors are plenty. So many are there. For example, you have social communication disorder, and because of that, you have been observing only what you liked to observe since your childhood. So what happens when your socialization or your social observation is limited? You cannot pick up the social language then. You may have great vocabulary, but you do not know that this vocabulary is supposed to be used in a context. It is supposed to be used with a body language. So the social thinking would be compromised. No denial that yes, all non-verbal learning disability symptoms would be visible, but the primary cause can be something very different. Main conditions which can show you NVLD: social pragmatic disorder, developmental coordination disorder, dyspraxia, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, all of them they can have. Not only this list, I feel this is very small, but to make things easy and categorized, let's limit to some. One more which I want to add, they are HIE babies. You know, hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, the babies who are not able to cry right after birth. So these babies, maybe they have only second level of injury, minimal brain dysfunction, what we used to call about 2 decades before. These babies can also have very good vocabulary, great language, voracious readers. But when it comes to reading and writing, or especially writing and drawing, they can be miserable. The problem is, all these children, they can have a good sense of aestheticness. They know what is beauty, but they are not able to make that beauty on the paper. Now, before moving forward for the detailed assessments and all, I really want to tell you what I saw when I am actually in the clinic and these babies are approaching me. Not able to interpret the body language and infer the meaning of the same. So, you know, literally, if I say, oh my God, okay, fine, you can come to my home. And this child would be like, Mama, Pooja auntie has invited us. Let's go. No, beta, she was very mean. She didn't want to invite you. She was very mean. Trust me. No, she invited. We must go. Not able to understand what the body language is and what the vocabulary is going for. Does not understand the difference between jokes and facts. Hey, will you marry me? And the child would be like, no, I'm still very small. How can you marry me, Pooja auntie? Come on, I was doing a joke. When is your birthday? My birthday was 2nd August. Oh my God, I missed your birthday, man. Why didn't you invite me? And this child would be now, scratching the head. Why didn't I invite Pooja auntie? Rather than saying that, Pooja auntie, I didn't know you. We are meeting for the very first time. Another one. If I tell them, okay, fine, you celebrated your birthday all alone, no problem. Which cake did you eat, by the way? And the child would say mostly chocolate cake. And I will say, no, I like only pineapple cake. Next birthday, you will bring only pineapple cake. And the child would be so innocently, okay, Pooja auntie, I'll bring a pineapple cake on my birthday. So no discrimination. What is joke and what is the serious factor? It's not that young kids who are so-called neurotypical, they will not show you these symptoms. But definitely with the growing age, they start understanding that no, this person is joking. This person is just trying to tease me. Struggles to comprehend intricacies of the language which you use. So you ask, what's your mother's name? I'm able to answer. And you ask, what is your father's wife name? Gone. As if it's a different lady altogether. So indirect questioning becomes difficult. Considers the world as black and white, two extremes, as if there is no gray line in between. Unfortunately, we human beings, we love to live in that gray area always. So for them, it's only truth or false. You taught me a rule one day, you better follow that rule every day now. Let's take some examples. 14-year-old. Father told mother quite genuinely Please see to it that you sign the papers only after reading it. And this child heard that statement. She wrote that statement as a rule in her head now. And when the courier fellow comes, how many of you read the paper and then sign? We are in a hurry. We say, yeah, give the parcel. Where we have to sign? You sign and you give. Poor mother did the same thing after father taught this rule. And now this girl became so anxious. She was all over the place. She spat, she pulled mother's hair. She said, how can you break the rule? So not able to understand that we humans, we might have to be flexible. We make the rule and sometimes practically we do break the rule also, which is okay, which is like not a big deal. You made a rule that every night you are supposed to sleep at 9 o'clock, but there were guests. And now today you are not able to sleep at 9 o'clock. It's okay. It's okay. Once in a while, we break the rule. But for these children, it's like, no, it's a rule and it's a rule-driven life. Language comprehension can be difficulty. So indirect questions are difficult to answer. Struggles to imagine hypothetical situations. So I have one boy and I can use his name. Mother has given the permission. My Anirudh is math gold Olympiad. Too good, brilliant with the number work. Same child tells me, Pooja auntie, why they asked me, if Akbar was not the emperor of India, what would have been cultural situation of India? Why should I imagine? Tell me, that is fact. Tell me what happened. Don't ask me to imagine. So same boy scores so poor in social sciences and in literature. Because in literature also, teachers have that favorite question. If you were the author, then what ending you will make? And my Anirudh says, I'm not the author. Why are you asking me? I'm not the author. No, already there is an author who wrote it. I will accept whatever he has ended the story with. So not able to understand abstractness and hypothetical situation. Can be extremely good with facts, but find it difficult to organize and interpret the abstract ideas. Likes predictability, sameness, but cognitive flexibility is lacking. Even some of them, when they are talking, you can see that the prosody of the speech is lacking. Like one of my boy, Pooja auntie, today is my birthday. Can you wish me, please? Like that he will talk. Yeah, I will wish you. Are you not going to invite me? No, Pooja auntie, it is only for children. Big people don't attend birthday parties. So rule, monotonous speech. There is no up and down. There is no body language with the same. Can memorize the facts easily. Like you must be knowing, many of these children, parents would be, like wearing a taj on their head. My child knows capital of all the countries in the world. You name it and he will say. My child knows multiplication of any number. So facts, they know very well. They can be very good with rote memory. May not be very good, where you have to comprehend, interpret, infer, and then make your memory. Cannot play with words and various vocabulary according to the context. Okay, so I understand as a clinician sometimes how difficult it is for us to understand what is going on, because this child looks perfectly fine. Uske bhi do aankhein hain, ek naak hai, do kaan hai, everything is like all other human being. He talks on top of that. He talks big words, 10 kg words. Imagine if a 4.5-year-old boy coming to me and telling me, Pooja auntie, you made my life complicated. I was like, first let me die with that word itself. Such a big word you are using. So heavy vocabulary, but not knowing how to use it socially whenever it is required. So the complexity is definitely what we need to do when these babies, they are coming. Shall I say that this is some learning problem only? Shall I say this is social communication disorder? Shall I say ADHD? Shall I say some type of autism? Though we have now only one term, autism spectrum disorder, but still some of us, we are still struggling to diagnose in a correct way. please, my humble request would be primary diagnosis as a clinical psychologist or as a rehab psychologist, please you make the primary diagnosis and then see where this diagnosis is creating the learning problem in the school. Because if I'm in a school, I'm least bothered what label you use for my child. I'm bothered, see, I'm teaching this child in a group of 30 children. I'm not able to reach out to him. What should I do? So sign and symptoms and how to take care of that would become more important. 5 areas of NVLD already Preeti ma'am has given a very good detail. I have just kept certain examples for you because I want you to visualize when these symptoms will come. Visual spatial awareness. So madam already said that, you know, how difficult it can be for a child to start imagining what it can be. Now, can you all look at this picture? This is a boy which the child has drawn. I hope you are able to see where the eyes are placed, how the hand is, how the body is, and how the legs are. Though he made everything, you cannot say that he didn't make body parts. He made everything, but the picture doesn't look well integrated. Same child. Let's look at his sleeping lines. So the task is the child is supposed to draw the sleeping line. And you can see how the child is drawing. By the way, this practice is almost of 90 days. And this is about 80 days or something, that day's paper. Let's look at the same child's maths work. You can see how is he placing his numbers. He cannot understand how to maintain the column and the row. Formation is very poor. Of course, the sums are written by some adult, but the whole operation is done by the child. Let's look at same child's clock. That can be a very, very good example to see the concept of symmetry, body midline concept, and everything. I hope everyone can now visualize what is visual and spatial awareness. So the same child, when he was given a cap of a bottle, he could draw the circle, but still you can see the lines which he drew to denote the time. They are so long, not necessary. So the concept of proportion is also not existing. Let's look at same child's Hindi work. So you can see how the child has written Hindi, though it's a ruled book, by the way. Not able to understand how much space he should use if he has to write the second line in an alternate line or immediate next line. What size of letters can be maintained? Let me just see if I have 1 or 2 more examples for you. Okay, I'll show you one English writing sample also. I think everyone would be able to make out that how the formation of letter is not there. Okay. Higher order comprehension. Preeti ma'am gave very good examples and I want you to remember them. And if you want to remember as a child, please remember the same girl who could not understand that rules can be there, but they can be broken also. Who can read a paragraph, but not able to understand that all the questions which they will ask, answers are not directly in the paragraph, can be beyond that also. Social communication, ma'am gave multiple examples to all of you. Please remember that in social communication, social thinking is involved. The child does not have a concept called theory of mind, doesn't know what is the perspective of other person and how should I interpret that. Math concept, number work can be pretty good, but when it comes to word problems, again, the child can have a lot of issues about that. In maths also, they start making more mistakes because of their writing issues. The way they write the column, they will mix up the hundreds and the 10th place value, and ultimately their answer would be wrong. Executive function, of course, when you are not able to process your visual spatial, definitely it is going to affect your mental planning ability, your decision making would be affected, and ultimately for sure your adaptability in the society would be affected. Okay, now till this point, if anybody has any kind of question, do ask me. After that, we are starting the testing part. Yeah, Dr. Sampurna, do you feel anybody would have any quick doubt which we can take?
Ma'am, I'm keeping a check on the chat box, and I think you can continue further for the session, because till now there are no doubts.
Wonderful. Okay, so assuming that you all are able to imagine a child who is looking perfectly normal, can intellectually talk to you, but looks little weird because his body language is maybe stiff, maybe he can ask questions which others may not ask. Like I had a child who just barged in my room when I was actually counseling a father. Father had polydactyly, sixth finger was also there. He just looked at his hand and he said, "Oh man, you have sixth finger. You are magician or what?" And that father was so sweet. First of all, he didn't fight with me that why confidentiality is not there. How can a child barge in and all? And on top of it, he said, "Yes, I have sixth finger. It's something is special. Everyone do not have that." And very nicely, the child could, control his impulse then after that. So I hope everyone can visualize a child who is having all these characteristics. What tests can be used? The very first I have written brain-based intelligence test. Second one is social savvy checklist, theory of mind inventory, and performance intelligence test of bachelor's intelligence scale. By the way, the complete test can be used, visual motor integration test and language test. First three, I'm going to give you a lot of examples because again, I'm assuming that many of you already know about WISC. Many of you know about visual motor integration test and language. I may be wrong, but I feel that social savvy is a still not very popular test, and theory of mind inventory. So I will definitely give you more details of that. Brain-based intelligence test is just 3 years old test. It's one of its first Indian test where we have taken the sample from 1700 children all over India. So these are the cities from which we have collected the data. We have also taken clinical population of 290 children with special needs, including traumatic brain injury, learning disability, ADHD, autism, etc. Now, this test is one of its kind because it is based on PASS model: planning, attention, arousal, successive, and simultaneous processing. This test evaluates, first of all, your cognitive flexibility. As we are discussing from morning that how these children, they are not so great in cognitive flexibility. They feel that it's always straight. It has to be always direct. In cognitive flexibility, there are certain tests, then inhibition control to check how far the child is able to control on his impulses. Working memory is one of the subtest criteria. And then another category is higher order Planex, which is nothing but your higher order comprehension ability. Here we have two tests, crack the code and predicament test. And then in supplementary tests, we have RAN, rapid automatic naming, which is very commonly used for identifying learning disabilities and all. So when we do all these assessments, we get a verbal score. And more importantly over here, because we are talking about non-verbal learning disability, we do get a non-verbal score over here. We get the speed of learning and the speed of processing, and we get a score of self-regulation. Once again, another important one which generally other tests are not providing. In Planex, we have trails, which is nothing but cognitive flexibility we are checking. Many of you might be aware of this test also, where the child is joining the numbers in order and the clinician has to note time taken. Plant pattern, another very interesting test. Without using the finger or the pencil, child is supposed to perceive in each box ascending order of number. When they perceive, they would notice that either it makes a Z pattern, Z pattern, or it makes an N pattern. So whatever pattern is emerging, the child is supposed to say that, like N, Z, Z, N, like that. Pattern reverse. So here another flexibility would be checked. Whatever pattern is emerging, child should say exactly opposite of that. Once again, over here, time taken, as well as the child's number of errors would be noted down. Visual search, very important activity whenever we talk about visual observation and all. Here, the target number would be boxed, or the object would be boxed, and the child has to find as fast as possible the same target in the background. Color shape shifting, one very important and beautiful assessment for your cognitive flexibility. Here, you can see that two different colors are used and two different shapes are used. First, the child would be made well versed with the colors. So child just have to say blue, red, red, blue. Second time, we make the child practice shapes like plus, box, plus, box. Now, in the actual item where we will evaluate the flexibility, on each box, they would either write S for shape and C for color. Now, the child should look at that clue and then say whether it is asking shape or the color. Again, here also time taken and number of errors are noted. Verbal Stroop, I hope everyone knows about the Stroop test. I don't have to explain it over here. This test has been included in this battery, and the sample, the data has been collected on 1700 children, even for this Indian population. Number Stroop, here we say that you need to say big for all the number which are above than 5, like 5 and above 5, 5, 6, 7. If it is less than that, you are supposed to say small. Number reverse. So here, if you find a number bigger, you need to say small. If you find a number smaller, you are supposed to say big, reversing. Vigilance test. Vigilance test generally we use for visual attention. So here we have recordings. So for in record, 1 second. Per 1 second, one item would be, one number would be displayed on the screen, and the person has to tap. Sentence span, another very interesting test. Here, the child has to first solve your question by answering in terms of yes or no, and then the child should remember the last word of the sentence. Let me give you one example. All mothers work in an office. No. Babies learn how to walk. Yes. Tell me the last two words of each sentence in the same order. So office and walk is the right answer. Same way, number span. You people might have seen a lot of number span in terms of digit span and all, but this one is different. Here we give them very simple equation and we ask them, you just tell me whether the answer is yes or no. Now, 6 plus 3 equals to 9. True. Yes. 1 plus 3 equals to 4. True. Yes. 4 plus 5 equals to 8. No. 5 plus 2 equals to 7. Yes. And 2 plus 3 equal to 6. No. Now tell me the last digit of each equation in the same order. And here the correct answer would be 9, 4, 8, 7, 6. It's a beautiful thing where we can check whether the child, when he has to process, does he spend more time in processing or in remembering the last digit? You would notice definitely that, towards the end, child would understand that you are interested in last digit. But by that time, you will have your pretty good score. Let's not forget that we have a standardized score even for this test. RAN is nothing but rapid automatic naming. For numbers, random numbers are given and the child has to say it as fast as possible. And for letters, in the same way, random letters would be given all over the page in the stimulus book and the child is supposed to read them. Crack the code is a higher order thinking. Here, we tell the child that you have the first row and the second row. Your whole target is that in each column, only one color can come. It cannot repeat. And then the child is given small chips, wooden chips of the same colors. They fill in the last line. I hope everyone is able to see my cursor. Same way, predicament. Predicament is a wonderful test where you give the social problem and you ask the child to come up with the solutions. Information integration, we have for your visuospatial evaluation, block design test, pictorial verbal, another nice one. The goat stood in front of the horse. The child has to say whether it is true or false. The horse stood in front of the goat, whether it is true or false. And similarly, the horse stood behind the goat. So for young children, this test age range is 5 years to 20 years. And for young kids of 5 years to 8 years, we give them pictorial verbal. And when we assess 8 and above, we don't give them picture. We give them the sentences. Child has to imagine and then answer. Letter sequences, like your digit span, we have letter span. In auditory sequences, a particular meaningless sounds. By the way, Tak Tak Ture Ture was the old telegram notes. And we have used that in a particular series. We say that child has to remember and then repeat the same. Now let's come to the next test. Brain-based intelligence test is over. It has altogether 15 plus 5 additional subtests. Additional subtests are only if you are interested to know some more specific characteristic of a child, then we use it. Next one, and my super favorite one, social savvy checklist. So Preeti ma'am, myself, we all are talking about, some characteristics which you people are able to see, but objectively, how we are going to check them. So social savvy gives you very good set of all the 5 areas which you can evaluate. So, while doing my BCBA, I learned a beautiful concept called inter-observer reliability. I really like that. Okay. In inter-observer agreement, which is nothing but reliability, we 2 experts would observe the child in different situations. So when I say that, it is not the clinical situation, please, because let's not forget clinics are definitely artificial setup. So different setups are like take permission from the school, visit and observe the child over there. Try to go to the child's home and then observe. If you feel 2 people can make a crowd, maybe 1 person remain online and only 1 expert visit physically the other place. Without talking to each other, start rating the child on any standardized checklist, by the way. And then you would be able to come to better understanding what exactly you need, what exactly the child is facing. Here, this is a 4-point rating scale. I have taken some sample items from each category just to give you an idea. By the way, Social Savvy Checklist is available online. You can buy it and you can start using it. I really found it very, very useful. Joint attending, the first category. Here, does the child orient, looks or makes a related response when an object is presented? So does the child look in that direction? Repeats own behavior to maintain the social interaction. How a young child, 2.5-year-old or so, when you play with them, they keep asking you to repeat the game, isn't it? Whether you tickled them, whether you played hide and seek, peekaboo, they will ask you to repeat that game because they know when I'm smiling, when I'm laughing, you also like, and I also like your entertainment. A very simple thing, but the child does that to maintain social interaction. Repeats action with toy to maintain social interaction. You threw the ball, child picked it up, and you were very happy, you clapped. Child again throws the ball to you to get into that interaction. Uses eye gaze to maintain social interaction, looks directly at the other person's face for at least 1 second, multiple times throughout the interaction. Follows point or gestures to object, showing, pointing. When the object is moving, the child is also able to move the eyes. Follows eye gaze to object, follows point gestures to object, shows other objects and make eye contact to share the interest. Points to object and make eye contact to share the interest, and comments on what self or others are doing. Okay, very simple one. Social play is the next category. I have taken some items from the middle. Let me read few out of these. Play outdoor games. I'm at SP8. Plays outdoor games with a group until the completion of the activity. Okay. Then stops action when requested by a peer. Like I'm jumping and the other one said, hey, stop jumping. We are playing something with rule. And the child stops. If he doesn't stop, means he cannot take the social clue. Self-regulation, another category. Let's read S11. Demonstrate awareness of own and others' space. Example, not stepping on others' feet when walking in a line, not crowding a person during circle time, keeping an arm distance when interacting with others. Basically knowing what is the physical space and how I have to behave in that space. Modifies behavior in response to feedback. So somebody is just not liking me, showing me a body language that please maintain some distance. I got that clue and I am now trying to space out. Advocates for oneself. I didn't get one. I cannot see. Please move. Stop. These are also very important because you are now seeking help. In order to learn something, you have to ask for help also. These are from the category of self-regulation. Social language, response to initiations from others. If I'm just looking at you and smiling, I'm very sure if I meet Dr. Sampurna somewhere now, and if I just look at her, she will be like, hey, I saw you somewhere, or we have met online, correct? So she would respond to my interaction. My kids, you keep looking at them. Sometimes you keep staring also, and they would be like, okay, something is happening. Who cares? That type. Okay. Shares information about immediate past or future events. Responds appropriately when a peer changes the topic. Directs body and eyes towards social partner when speaking. Many of my kids, they just love to talk about one or two topics only. Like I have a boy who likes only astronomy. Oh my God, you sit next to him and he will start about celestial bodies, how the space is arranged and everything. And I will be like, no, I wanted to ask, what did you eat in the breakfast today? So Pooja auntie, moon cannot eat. Moon cannot eat anything. And even if you go on moon, you cannot eat. So no matter what, he will always bring me to the topic, what he wants to talk about. Not taking the social clue that I'm getting bored. Please stop this. Not able to take that. So we need to check all this in social language. Classroom behavior. Recognizes belongings of own, others, and group. Keep toys, materials in designated location. Otherwise, these baby, they are famous for losing their belongings. Okay. All the water bottles would be in the lost and found section, not in their bag or in their cubby hole. Imitates a peer who is leading song or activities, like having poor imitation skill. Helps others both spontaneously and when asked. So some of my children, even without asking help, they would be jumping to jump and help. Remains in place in a group until called by teacher. For example, staying in seat until called to line up. Is the child able to do that or not? We need to check. Non-verbal, I've taken few items from this last category also. Initiates non-verbal interactions like high five, wave, thumbs up, fist bumps, smile, and with appropriate adults and behaviors. Peers. Identifies basic actions without words. Can the child really understand that or not? They have a lot of issues in this particular area for sure. Now, if I talk about my last test, which is called Theory of Mind, and the inventory I'm going to share with you. Again, I'm sharing few items because it's unethical to share the complete test like this. So some items I'm sharing just to give you an idea. Before starting this, Theory of Mind is little abstract concept. I will not deny that. Me and you, we have learned it just by observing others. These children, because they were busy observing only what they wanted to observe, their theory of mind is limited. It's not so vast. So in my simple language, I say, if the brain is hardware, then this mind is the software. It is nothing but the bundle of experiences, what you and me, we have collected right after our birth. When these experiences are limited, definitely we might start struggling then. It's not that theory of mind is perfect for all of us also, so-called professionals who are conducting the seminar or who are attending the seminar. Even me and you sometimes don't understand the intention of the other person, and we feel bad, we get angry, we get upset. So please, Tom is a vast concept. I want you to read about it. I want you to live it. I want you to evaluate it and then start helping our children. Don't underestimate that you people know it and my children, they do not know. Sometimes we so-called adults, we do not know it. In theory of mind, when we are evaluating, we try to ask the child if he or she can actually answer. Otherwise, you can definitely involve the guardian and then take this rating. I understand that when someone puts on a jacket, it is probably because he or she is cold. Finding out the cause and effect. Can the child do that or not? If it were raining and someone said in a sarcastic voice, "Gee, looks like a really nice day outside," I would understand that they didn't actually think it was a nice day. They know that they are trying to be sarcastic. I recognize when someone needs help. Okay, I'll give you an example. So I was in a child's home to do his observation. I always do participative observation. So I was playing with him and he really loved it, that I'm running behind him, I'm trying to catch him, touch him, I'm tickling him. Then I asked him that, go get me a pillow, I'm very tired, I want to sit with the help of a pillow. He could relate all the experiences. Then I said, oh, you have so many books and notebooks also, you can write also, can you show me? And the child started sitting and writing. And now the actor which is within myself just woken up and I dropped down myself. I fell down on the floor intentionally just to see whether he will come to help me or not. And I literally, cried with 1 or 2 tears. I know how to do all of that because I'm with children. I have to be always playful and always dramatic to make obvious expressions. So this child looked at me. He's just looking at me. He's not smiling. Mama was like, she immediately rushed to help me and I could somehow, give her the cue that I want the same thing to be done by him. But he just kept on looking at me. He didn't get up from his chair. I'm talking about 9.5-year-old child, male child. I understand that when someone says they are afraid of dark, then they do not want to go to dark. Inference. I'm not saying you directly. I'm saying, hey, I'm foodie. I love food. Now you would infer, oh, that's why Pooja, you are fat. Or maybe you would say, okay, Pooja, maybe, whenever you will meet us, I will make something for you. Or maybe Pooja wants to eat something. So you start inferring. That makes us feel comfortable with each other because you are understanding what I'm intending to say. Few more items. If my friend showed me a cereal box filled with cookies and asked what would someone who has not looked inside think is in the box? It's a cereal box. So suppose in this room only me and you all are here, and now I call my husband in, show the cereal box and ask what is there inside. He would obviously say cereals. He will not say that cookies are there. But my children, they don't have this concept. I hope some of you have heard about N and Selly test. That's a beautiful test to evaluate a child's theory of mind concept. How a child starts believing, because I know, everyone knows. That's why my children sometimes cannot even explain you the dreams, the concept of dream. They cannot hide themselves. In hide and seek game, they would be hidden and they would be making noise from there. They would hide and they would keep their hand visible. And the other person, the den, can easily find out where the person is hiding. If someone said, let's hit the road, I would understand that they meant let's go, not the literal meaning that let's take a stone and hit the road. I understand that people can lie purposefully to mislead others. I understand that when someone makes a guess, it's like they do not know 100% about it. So what is this guess? How to imagine what can be approximate truth. Very, very big thing. Estimation and making a guess. I understand whether someone hurts other on purpose or by accident. Okay, so we asked this question in our IQ test also. What would you do if someone has hit you by mistake, one of your peer group, while playing? So some children, they may say, I will go and bash him. Some kids, they will very nicely say, oh, that is silly thing to even react to. In play, all these things can happen. But yeah, if the second time he does that, then I will understand he's doing it intentionally. So whether it is accidental, whether it is purposefully done, that discrimination. I recognize when others are happy. I can pretend that one object is different object, like pretending a banana as a telephone. Can I do that or not? I recognize when a listener is not interested. So I do take their body clue and I change my topic. Okay. So all these are constant thing which a person does. Let's read 41. I understand that two people can see same image and interpret it differently. So I hope we can see here that some people might see a rabbit and some people can see a duck. Those who could not, let me show you. This is rabbit's ear. And when I see this as a duck, then this is the beak of the duck. I understand that if Bruce is a mean boy and John is a nice boy, Bruce is more likely than John to engage in malicious or hurtful behaviors. Again, inference. Can the child do that or not? Okay, so I am actually done with my presentation and I would love to listen from all of you if you have doubts or if you have experiences to share.
Yeah, ma'am, absolutely. It was a very, very fascinating and in-depth, insightful session which you have shared with all our participants, giving a deep insight into the testing and identification of something like NVLD, which is very less known and very less diagnosed. There are a few interesting questions from the participants.
Sampurna, just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes.
Pooja. And such an excellent and such a, from your experience you have shared working with children and participant, I must tell you that Pooja is a really blessings for the field of disability and she really works. And when she told that she is a participatory observer, I also know that once I think she wanted to observe one child. It is long back. Maybe she was a student and just passed out. I came to know like she wanted to. A parent came with a child for the behavior modification. Those times we used to call behavior modification and all. And she took that child along with her to observe the child's behavior. And wherever she was going, she took that child and she made the child to stay with her to observe the behavior. Like this
Yes.
type of dedication she has. So really, Pooja, thank you so much.
You're welcome, ma'am. Keep blessing.
Excellent.
I think we should do that's our job. Yes, it's true. Many times children, they have lived in my home. So I don't hurt them at all. It's a big responsibility. I do try to, be very careful, but by God's grace, nothing wrong has happened till date. But yes, it's really fascinating to observe a child.
Thank you.
Yes.
Over to you,
Thank
Sampurna.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing that interesting anecdote about Dr. Pooja and her methodology of working. That was really interesting, and that is very much visible in ma'am's discussion and interaction. Pooja, ma'am, there's a question from one of the participants who wishes to know that you showed that social savvy scale. What does that 1, 2, 3, 4 coding refers to?
Rating. So in the
Rating.
manual, it would be written, does it happen occasionally or very frequently? By the way, social savvy also comes with a graph where you people can do before intervention graph plotting and then after intervention graph plotting. Whenever I'll get an opportunity, I will request madam to call me for intervention also. We do a lot
Thank you
of
for that.
work on this in this area. So
Yes.
I do feel that we should share. Everyone
Yes,
should
yes.
know about that.
So thank you for that answer, ma'am. I think the participant has got a clarification now. One more participant, Ms. Debashri, wants to know that since these children have difficulty in imagining, how can I work towards improving their creativity? Ma'am, can you please explain some strategies?
Sure. So, the first thing is if you want a child to imagine something, you have to go for the concrete objects first of all. And that covers even the language processing skill also. So very simple thing that, you take pillow covers, take a pillow cover and try to arrange two similar items. For example, two same types of bottle, two same types of pencils, two same types of eraser, notebook, whatever is there, one set you put inside the pillow and the other set you keep outside. Now you show one object. Let's say I will show one notebook to the child and I will say, now you cannot see what is there inside. Can you please feel and get me exactly same size of the notebook? The child would be able to pull that out. If it is wrong, very politely give the feedback, take out the other notebook, show the dimension, make him also touch, do one or two tasks. Never think that I have to do 10 in a day. Maybe do just one, but do it in such a way, the mediation of learning should be so beautiful that the child can apply that learning to the other thing. Other things can be, you give me object and you ask me to explain it. How do we explain an object? Very crude levels are name, color, shape, size, orientation, how it is kept. Then let's talk about source. From where did you buy that object? What is the use of that object? What can be the alternate use of that object? Okay, so bottle I can use for drinking, but my ball went inside the sofa, under the sofa. I can use the same bottle as a stick also. Start talking about quality, quantity, everything. Then comes indirect language reasoning. So suppose if I say, and I would like, Sampurna to answer that. So suppose if I say, I am cylindrical in shape, made up of wood, and I wear a cone on my head. What am I?
Ma'am, I'm a pencil.
Yeah, very good. Your language reasoning is super good. I gave you the certificate now. Okay. So same way, I will see only when you taught me with the concrete object, then only when you are saying all this, immediately Sampurna was imagining, oh, wooden, okay, cylindrical, cone, it can be pencil. Fine. Same way. If I say, what is same among sari, dupatta, and a pencil box?
Ma'am, they're all covers.
They all are covers. Okay, sari, dupatta. Oh, means sari and dupatta, they're covering the body, so they're covers. Okay, nice answer. But my child might not go so abstract. Might say rectangle shape is involved in all the three things. Correct? Okay. Another example can be, or another level can be, you give me two totally unrelated words and tell me to make a sentence using both the unrelated words, like jug and a rat. So, very nicely, some kids, they will say, rat drank water from the jug. And my kids, they keep thinking, jug, rat, what they two cannot exist together only. So playing with vocabulary gives them cognitive flexibility, imagination, everything. Because let's not forget, the thoughts what you have in your head is nothing but language. I also prefer, please pick up child's mother tongue first, not the foreign language. If the child is Telugu speaking, I did all my hard work and I picked up Telugu because I knew that if I want to reach to this child, I should know what his mother tongue is. So it would be great if the child is Hindi speaking. हम में से किसी को कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए, चाहे कितने हाई फंडा पेरेंट्स हो, कितने भी पॉश हो, जो सिर्फ इंग्लिश में ही बात करते हैं. First language has to be the mother tongue, because if the learning can be in mother tongue, then the application would be great. I hope all of you would agree. So many children nowadays, they have such high funda knowledge. Application is not there. They're not able to apply. Okay, let's take another question.
Yeah. Ma'am, the questions are pouring in for your interesting session. One of the participants has really praised your BBIT tool that you have developed, and you were in the team of developing that. And they wish to know whether these tests and tools can be used only by psychologists or even special educators can use it.
Social savvy. And there is one more, by the way, Teach Me Language module, and even your Tommy theory of mind inventory can be used by any teacher, any special educator, any parent also, by the way. Okay. Yes, they are little costly because Of course, they are, foreign-based assessments, but you get by. I don't think it's something very difficult to purchase also. Yes, BBIT can be done only after Masters in Psychology. Okay, Masters in Psychology.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering that question. I hope the participants are now very clear on who can use which kind of tool and technique. Ma'am, one of the participants wishes to know that there is a lot of commonality between the characteristic features of children with autism, like you pointed about issues in joint attention and even TOM, and along with NVLD. So how can we actually differentiate between the two? If you can
I think,
please highlight.
Sampurna, I said in the beginning itself, for me, NVLD is not a separate category at all. It's a byproduct. It's a after result of either social pragmatic disorder. I don't want to include autism spectrum disorder in it. Please discriminate. Differential diagnosis should be done. But even ADHD can have that very minimally, but can have. Developmental coordination disorder can have, and I already told you, HIE, babies who get into unfortunate mental trauma after the birth. Okay, they can also have these issues.
So Madam has very clearly highlighted the differences as well as the common ground which she has drawn from among these challenges. So I think that has become very clear to the participants now. Ma'am, a lot of good congratulatory messages are coming for your session, and there are a lot of thank yous for the wonderful discussion that you gave to our participants, highlighting the very core areas required for the assessment and evaluation and techniques for identification of this particular condition. I think we have now come to the end of the questions. Yes, we have reached an end to the questions in the chat box.
Riddhi has asked what were the names of the other tests. So one was theory of mind, one was social savvy, SOCIAL SAVVY, social savvy. Then other one was brain-based intelligence test. That's a proper IQ assessment test, by the way. But as I told you, that it covers all the areas and many profile which existing IQ test cannot give, not because I made it or we and a team made it, but yes, a lot of hard work has gone in of almost 10 years to develop something which India needs right now. Okay. Thank you, Wilson, for your kind remarks. Thank you so much, everybody. I think when you do something which is your passion, अच्छा अपने आप लग जाता है. Okay, everyone likes it automatically. Then I want you all to be watchful about one thing, because you're working with children. I want you to be honest to yourself and do justice to my children also, because they come to you with lot of hope. So learn as much as possible. Please learn. Okay, thank you so much. Sampurna, any other formality which I'm supposed to do?
Ma'am, you have given us such a deep insight into this very important topic, and we all are very, very thankful to you, ma'am.
So welcome, my pleasure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much to invite me, gentlemen.
Thank you, Pooja. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So dear participants, with this, we come to an end of the pre-lunch sessions. You all have gained very crucial, very important information about management of children with NVLD. Now we'll break for lunch. The lunch is scheduled from 1 to 2. Kindly join back punctually at 1:45. You can log in. You can stay logged in, or if you wish to log out, please log in back by 1:45. We have a very important panel discussion with 4 great eminent experts from reputed schools who will be joining us on the panel discussion, which we'll be beginning sharp at 2 p.m. So see you all after a hearty lunch.
Sampurna, you can just inform about the evaluation, CRE evaluation, which will be shared in the end of the day. That also you can just inform.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just again repeat the instructions for the benefit of all the participants. Participants, as I mentioned in the morning, attendance is compulsory for all the sessions for both the days. You have to be logged in, joined in, and enthusiastically participating and listening and gaining important information in both the days and all the sessions. Number 2, there will be a feedback form which will be shared with all participants at the end of today's sessions and again tomorrow. And for the CRE participants, the most important evaluation form having questions from each of the session will be shared at the end of the day. I repeat, by the end of the last session, that is the panel discussion, we will be sharing the evaluation form for today, and the evaluation form for tomorrow also will be shared at the end of day 2. So look out for the feedback forms and the evaluation forms. The links will be given to you on this chat box, as well as on the individual WhatsApp groups which have been formed for the CRE and the non-CRE participants. The feedback forms have to be filled by both the CRE and the non-CRE participants, while the evaluation form has to be filled by only the CRE participants, and it is a mandatory requirement. So with this, I think we have made the instructions clear, and looking forward to all the participants joining in back with a lot of energy at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
Panel discussion.
Okay.
And in this panel discussion, we have invited the senior teachers of different schools and Delhi NCR and from Telangana also, sir.
Great.
We just would like to know their perspective, because the participants will really get insight into the what are the practical challenges of these students in the school.
Very good. Very well. I think it will go a long way. So
Yes, sir.
Today's program will give a new vision, new horizon, new path. So I'm with you. I'll try to understand, and then we'll speak. And I will go on attending in between silently. Without that, I feel, because I have got other meetings, telephones, and all. But
Yes,
I'm so interested to know more and more about it. All the
Yes,
best.
yes, sir. We will be sending the report also, sir. And thank you so much for at least 2 minutes also you are coming, sir. And
तुम्हारा email मैंने 2 बजे पढ़ा रात को, and immediately I replied. You know that I read
Okay.
your email at 2 o'clock in the morning today, and then I immediately replied. Okay. So all the
Okay.
best. All the best.
okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Sampurna, I think we can start. It is time. And see, the panelists have joined. We can start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have checked our esteemed panelists, Ms.
Request
Rajesh.
the panelists to switch on their video.
All have got.
Yes. A very good afternoon to all the dear participants, our esteemed panelists, and all the distinguished members who are present in this virtual platform today. We are resuming our session post-lunch of this 2-day, very important, very crucial, very integral CRE program. And we are now going to witness a very interesting, a very thoughtful and insightful panel discussion on the management of children with nonverbal learning disabilities. We are joined in by very senior professionals, esteemed speakers, esteemed panelists who are working in reputed inclusive setups in international and national schools. We are joined in by Ms. Anju Saxena, who is an additional learning support coordinator, Prometheus School, Noida. Our next speaker and panelist is Ms. Aksi Naqvi, who is a coordinator of primary wing, Kothari International School, Noida. We are also joined in by our esteemed panelist, Ms. Alka Sharma, who is a special educator in the Amity International School, Saket, Delhi. And our fourth panelist is Ms. Rajeshwari, who is a special educator in the Pallavi Model School, Hyderabad. So we have a very eminent galaxy of panelists who will be targeting a very crucial topic on the teacher perspectives on management of children with nonverbal learning disabilities. Before we introduce the speakers, I would like to invite our respected Director Madam, Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director AIRS and Dean Rehabilitation Sciences, to share her kind words about this panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sampurna. Very good afternoon to one and all once again. And we all had a very informative and enlightening sessions in the morning. You all have got a very rich knowledge about from the practical aspect of the non-verbal learning disability and about the assessment of learning disability. The panel discussion has been taken in a very, very important topic, that is the how the management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup. My dear participants, you all are rehabilitation professionals, and now because of, and you all are working in the inclusive setup of different schools. And you day in and day out, you must be facing these challenges because non-verbal learning disability goes undiagnosed and it is a hidden disability. So this session will definitely, when you are hearing from the senior special educator who have worked more than 10 years in this field, you will be knowing that how to diagnose, how to screen out, how to diagnose, and what are the different innovative teaching strategies to deal with them. So, and as you know, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences is committed to prepare competent human resource in the field of disability rehabilitation. And this is the passion of our respected founder president, sir. He has a great passion for the disability rehabilitation, and it is the Amity Foundation for Developmental Disability is the brainchild of our respected founder president. And you, with all his busy schedule, also he takes out the time to join any this type of conferences, seminar, or continuing rehabilitation education. And this is a very important session, participants. And the Ms. Rajeshwari, whom was my student in Hyderabad and very successful special educator. Rajeshwari, welcome to the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
I welcome Ms. Aksi Naqvi from Kothari International, our important stakeholders, and many of our students are placed under her as a special educator in Kothari International School and doing very well in her school. Welcome, Aksi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a pleasure to be a part of this. Thank you.
And I welcome Ms. Anju Saxena from Prometheus School. And
good
Anju
afternoon,
Saxena,
everyone.
Thank you. And Anju Saxena is very instrumental in training our student when our students go to the schools for placement, and her teaching strategy they have learned under her. They are really trained very well to be a competent rehabilitation professionals. And finally, our dear Alka Sharma, she is from our Amity International School, Saket. And welcome, Miss Alka Sharma. And you must be knowing that in our all Amity International Schools, it is all are inclusive schools, and all the special educators, they work very hard and promote inclusivity in all the schools. And they, in 10th and 12th class, most of the students, they come out with flying color. Thank you all the panelists for joining. And this session is the management of children with non-verbal learning disability. We would like to listen from you and the participants to enlighten the participants regarding the different teaching strategy you are using, different screening schedule you are using, so that it will be useful for the pre-service teacher and the young rehabilitation professionals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for sharing your kind words. And we are indeed grateful to all the panelists for joining us today. And we are very, very grateful from the bottom of our heart to our respected founder, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for joining us with his benign presence today and for blessing us and for guiding us as we begin this very important panel discussion. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you all the panelists. Before we begin this much awaited panel discussion, I would now like to invite Ms. Parul Walia, Faculty, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to introduce our eminent panelists to the audience. Over to you, Ms. Parul.
Thank you, Sambhuna ma'am. Now it's time to welcome our panelists for this panel discussion session. Our first panelist is Ms. Aksi Naqvi. Madam is working as a coordinator of primary wing Rainbow Department at Kothari International School, Noida. She is a special educator who works for the inclusion of children with special needs in inclusive classrooms. With a rich experience of 9 years in the field, she has written papers which have been published and have been awarded for her exemplary work in the field. She is highly passionate about her work and has dedicated her life for the betterment of children with special needs. I welcome you, madam.
Thank you for your kind words, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Our second panelist is Miss Rajeshwari Rao. Madam has rich experience of more than 15 years. She has served as special educator in various reputed schools and has also worked as a guest faculty in NIPID. She is currently working at the Sri Ram Universal School, an inclusive and international school setup in Hyderabad, as a senior special educator. She has bachelor and master degree in special education intellectual disability from NIPID, along with MSc in psychology from Chennai University. Madam has underwent a training program in remedial intervention and cognitive training pedagogy solution provided by Dyslexia Association of Telangana. I welcome you, madam.
Thank you.
Our third panelist is Miss Alka Sharma. Madam is a special educator who has been associated with Amity International School, Saket, New Delhi for the past 18 years. She has spent her time at Amity providing remedial intervention to students with special needs, helping them cope up in a competitive classroom environment. She has been involved in early screening of students with learning disabilities, guiding them to avail CBSE provision, which has helped them perform to the best of their abilities in board exam. She has also played a key role in generating awareness among teachers and sensitizing parents in order to ensure a smooth, comfortable, and rewarding school experience for the student. I welcome you, madam. Our fourth panelist is Miss Anju Saxena. Madam is heading Additional Learning Support Department in IB Curriculum School, Noida. She has a master's degree in inclusive education and has been working with different reputed inclusive schools for last 18 years. Her passion is to facilitate inclusion, keeping equity and equality in mind. She has acts as a master trainer who trains people in dealing with children with learning disabilities. Welcome you. I welcome you, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
On behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I welcome our esteemed panelists and all participants. Now, I would like to invite my co-host, Dr. Sampurna Guha, Madam, Assistant Professor at AIRS, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to continue with the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Parul, for that wonderful introduction and invitation to all our esteemed panelists. So, my dear participants, now you all understand the importance of this panel discussion, a very, very crucial theme, teachers' perspectives on the management of children with non-verbal learning disability. And as you can all see, we are joined by very eminent professionals with us who will be highlighting various important aspects in this panel discussion. Respected panelists, before we begin, let me just inform you about the format of this panel discussion. We have an initial introduction of elaboration on your perspectives about the particular topic for 5 to 8 minutes. Then we'll be moving on to individual question answer round. So with this, I invite the first speaker, Ms. Aksi. Madam, I would like you to share your ideas and your views on the theme, that is management of children with non-verbal learning disability in inclusive setup. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to congratulate first that we have picked up a very important topic. This area sometimes, as ma'am just said, Jayanti ma'am just said, goes undiagnosed or misdiagnosed in schools. And these children keep struggling and nobody is actually able to pinpoint the real reasons of their struggle. And if it is not, better coping management skills are not given at an appropriate time later on when they reach higher classes or in adolescence, these things become a stress and anxiety and depression, and then they start affecting other aspects of their life. So teaching the child to communicate with the environment in the most healthy manner, it's very important. And it is also very important, more important than that, to teach the environment how to communicate with the child. What happens is that these children do not pick up the non-verbal cues of language and the body language and the tone of the voice, where the essence of the communication is mostly missed, and it becomes very literal. Now, what happens is that later on, the social relationships, the confidence, the self-esteem, everything becomes affected. So it is very important that we pick up those early cues, we intervene as special educators, as teachers, we make the environment aware about the difficulties that the child is having. Sometimes even if we send these children for early assessment, they do not get a diagnosis of NVLT very easily. They get a diagnosis of ADHD or at times Asperger's also, which as they grow up, we realize and we feel that no, it's more of a communication issue, wherein the things are taken very literally. The finer aspects of the communication are not being understood. Further, there would be areas where the child might face difficulties in academics also, because reading and comprehension might get affected. So these are areas which have to be looked into very minutely. They have to be, there has to be an environment which is sensitized enough to cater to these differences in children. And inclusion, the basic strength or achievement that we can have is only when we have an accepting environment. The acceptance has to come from the teachers, from the special educators, from the parents and the management of the school. And if we move in towards the same direction, I'm sure these children can be very easily included. They can be understood very easily and they can be communicated with very easily. So I feel that this is a very important topic that, and I'm sure that has been discussed here. And as we move on to further discussion, we will see the finer nuances of the topic.
Thank you so much, Ms. Akni, for sharing your very crucial thoughts on this particular topic. Very nicely and very practically said, ma'am. It's very important that we choose the cues, we identify the cues, and we provide a very accepting environment. So ma'am has set the pace for this panel discussion. And now I invite our next speaker, Ms. Rajeshwari Rao, ma'am, to share her perspectives on the theme, Management of Children with NVLT. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sampurna ma'am. Namaste, everyone. Yeah, how we are going to manage the students or children with non-verbal disability. Before I would like to share how we are going to manage, we need to understand the importance of including the children into our regular mainstream. All human rights are interlinked, and this includes the right to education. It is not possible to achieve an effective education unless other rights are realized. The child is getting admission into the school. We have got the child into the school. And once you find the difficulties, the child is not like other students having different kinds of problems. He is not into the average students or below average students, or not the child who is above average. He is expressing totally a different kind of behaviors, you can say, the way it's been understood by the child. So when this is a concern, we definitely need to look into the concerns and check with what best can be done to come out of the problem along with the child. The parent, you can say, the special educator, the teacher in the mainstream, and the management together had to be a team who should be working to bring out the child as in other peer group. And it is a right to education which needs to be fulfilled. It leads to the realization of other rights as well. So we need to look at the points like wherein the requirement is non-discrimination. We are not going to separate, this child is having problems, so this child has to be not included, and this child is not able to get along with the other peer group academically. It is not just the academics. We need to look at the other areas which are strong enough in the child. Also, we have to look at the best interests of the child. It is, as I have mentioned earlier, it is not just the academics. We also can look at the overall perspective of the child, wherein the child is having that kind of strength where we can be able to help out the child to bring out the essence, what is in the child. It's also like when the child wants to express himself, we need to give time to be, heard. It is very, very important. You have to give that kind of time to the child where you are able to hear to the child and help out the child why he wants to speak out. Also, protection from violence and abuse. This, at times we see a lot in the school environment. It is not similar with all the students. Sometimes some students, definitely they will be possessing some kind of behaviors wherein these issues needed to be given intervention. They are very, very sensitive and it has to be dealt very sensitively. And it is a right of the child. We need to give opportunity for life with the community, also support with mobility. We need to be accessing at the habilitation and rehabilitation of the child who is in need of it. So we need to be promoting when it comes to managing children in inclusive education who are required, children with non-verbal learning disability. We need to help out them to participate in public life. Public life, when it comes to school environment, public life is not much more than the school environment. There they have to be successfully coming out, wherein it is the role of the mainstream teachers you can take, for example, also the special educators along with the team available in the school. It's also work and employment. When the child is coming out, then what is it? The child has got the inputs from the school management, which is be helping the child to come out in a colorful, butterfly, where he will be more stronger to face the big environment in large, that is the bigger society. Also, see, it is respect given, that is adequate standard of living. Child should be fulfilling all the areas wherein he will be adequate enough to have a rightful living, which is, leads to self-respect and self-dignity. Therefore, I would like to end up that management of, these children in inclusive education, children with non-verbal learning disability has to have their rights to be protected when they are in the school, also when they come out from the school into a larger world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajeshwari ma'am, for again sharing very true insights into this particular topic. So ma'am has highlighted the need for recognition of rights of children with NVLD, not only within the school, but also once they transition from school to work. So ma'am has focused on having a very holistic picture of their lives and their needs. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Inviting our next panelist, Ms. Alka ma'am. Ms. Alka ma'am, please share your views on the same.
Yeah, thank you so much for involving me for such an enriching session. Thank you, ma'am. And if I'll talk about my experience of working with these children, being associated with this wonderful profession for the past 18 years, I have come across children with a huge variety of difficulties. And at times the deficits are so subtle that you really can't actually define them. And as the expert of the day, Dr. Preeti Verma and Dr. Pooja Jha Nair ma'am explained so clearly that the most important objective of the school heads, teachers, counselors, and special educators is to understand what exactly their difficulty is. So that how to fill those gaps, be it involving parents, siblings, classmates, providing accommodation, as every child is a unique case. So their needs are also different. Then again, parental acceptance, which is it's of extreme importance, especially for children with non-verbal learning difficulty. As these are the students who are, despite being fully supported in school, they are often ridiculed repeatedly at home. And as a result, they develop such strong negative self-image about themselves that it becomes really a big challenge for us to heal those scars. But again, yes, there are few steps like sensitizing teachers in small groups, counseling of parents, siblings, classmates, then flexible policies adopted by the organization. And again, I strongly feel that the effectiveness of intervention is possible only when the heads, class teachers, subject teachers, counselors, special educators, we all work in sync. Now, if I highlight the other challenges which are faced by the children with non-verbal learning difficulty, the biggest challenge again, I would like to mention that it is parental non-acceptance. Their denial to accept that the child, there is something lacking in the child. The moment they are being approached to address the issue, they become so defensive that, and their refusal to receive the help, it becomes very difficult for us to, address the issue. Then, as our experts mentioned, peer pressure, inability to make friends, it fills them with so much inferiority complex that it becomes very difficult for them to cope and our tasks become challenging. And we regret that their schooling experience could have been so pleasant. So, but yeah, one should never cease to, stop and keep working in the direction. Thank you.
Yeah, that was very nicely put, Alka ma'am, that absolutely, that there's a absolute requirement of having a multidisciplinary team in place, and where parent professional community partnership plays a very important role, which will help us to cater to the needs of CW and VLD better. So you have also added to the very important crucial perspectives that we are looking out for in this panel discussion. And now I invite Ms. Anju Saxena ma'am for her perspectives on management of children with NVLD and inclusive setup. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to talk from the perspective of a therapist as well as a special education professional, because it's an advantage to me being a therapist, neurodevelopmental therapist also, and as well as a special education professional also. So yes, we have been seeing children with NVLD, for a long period now. I cannot count on it, like maybe 20, 24 years, 26 years now. So what we are seeing, from both the perspectives. Yes, when children do come to us, whenever they are even if they are very small, I'm looking at early intervention, like right from, you can say 3 years, 3.5 years, you will be seeing these signs very, very clearly in them. Like, though it would be difficult for a teacher to screen, but when a child develops spatial perception, a child develops laterality, a child develops later on directionality, like he knows what is left on my body, what is right on my body, and before that he perceives his body. So these signs become very, very clear from that age also. Children will develop less, you will see children, they will not know about left, right, they will not perceive their their own left and right on their own body. They will have problem with cross midline activities, bilateral activities at times. So these signs become clear in childhood also, when you will see that spatial perception, like up and down, what is on my right hand side, what is on my left hand side, which is the secondary thing, which is the secondary development after perceiving laterality on your own body. So these are the signs when you see small children, but at the same time, you will see them verbally very intelligent, but not, these are not the only signs, what I'm saying. When you look at their socialization also, language and communication, I'm not talking about speech here, I'm talking about communication at par with the age level. Some of the children will lag behind in that also. Some of the children will lack in socialization also. They will not be able to socialize at par with their age also. And at the same time, you will see some children verbally so bright, their verbal IQ will be very, very high. But what about praxic movements, like movement coordination? You will see many children who will be lagging behind in learning the coordination of movements, which will affect their gross motor as well as fine motor and skill development, like learning basketball or learning football or riding a bicycle or tying shoelaces. So a child who has NVLD, you have to be with that child. You have to observe that child very, very carefully. Which are the areas of strength? Like I have seen in my experience, many children with a high IQ. Like I have recently, I was working with one child and I was assessing him. He's a child with gifted intelligence. His IQ is 140, but at the same time, yes, he has other difficulties. He is having some specific academic difficulties with spellings, some specific difficulties with movements, praxic movements, organization, execution. So you have to be very clear, and you have to be observing, as somebody said in our panelist also, that when you're observing the child, when you're screening the child, when you're assessing the child, your assessment should have development quotient, DQ, social quotient. I'm not talking about number, I'm not talking about quantitative assessments, I'm talking about quantitative as well as qualitative observations also. How is that child developing? How is that child developing socially? How is that child developing in language and communication? Because somehow language and communication is related to your cognitive level. Cognitive understanding and language and communication are very interconnected. Then how are they developing in games, movements, gross motor, fine motor, spatial perception? These are the major areas where you need to see. Even if you see at your, even if you look into your DTLT and other assessments, you will see that they are looking at coordination tests, eye nose coordination, finger nose coordination, eye hand coordination, spatial concept, spatial perception, visual discrimination. So these are very important criteria. We are using at present, I've been using so many other tools also, because whenever we assess the child, we do not assess the child only on DTLD or any other. We assess the child throughout, like academic is one thing, definitely. Verbal response, unstructured period, structured period, along with that comprehensive evaluation from a psychologist, then from an OT also. Because nowadays, if I'm looking at inclusive school, now I think this is my 18th, 19th year, 19 plus years in inclusive schools, I'm seeing children coming up with SPD, sensory processing disorder, sensory neuroprocessing disorder, where you will see a child normal, academic at par with the class, but specifically he is having problem with sensory needs, either hypersensitivity or hypersensitivity. So children with SPD are also developing inattention later on. They are also developing lags in socialization, language communication. So NVLD is a very interesting area, what I find. It is really wonderful to work with them because I've seen children developing in all the areas. If you identify their needs, if you identify their strengths, and then using their strengths to work on the weak areas, multisensorial approach, VAKT approach, kinesthetic learning. Kinesthetic learning really helps them instruct if it is done in structured manner. Because if you do it in unstructured manner, it will go haywire. It will really I'll say spoil their learning instead of growing them or developing them. So it has to be very well structured, designed individually as per the learning style of the child, as per the strengths of the child, and as per his areas which needs to be worked upon. Yes, along with this, we focus majorly on early intervention, remedial in junior schools. As the child grows up, when he goes to middle school, that is the time we try more of accommodations also along with it. Then once he is in grade 9 and 10, definitely as per RTP, as per Rights to Children's Act, like, CBSE accommodations, IB accommodations, IGCSE accommodation, we do give them accommodation. We do give them a scribe, which really helps them. I have seen many children who are doing very well now in college. Some of them are in Amity also, university also, in other colleges also. So they are doing well. And that is how you work with them. You have to look at their learning style, their strengths, and then weak areas to be worked upon. Not only academic, not only specifically academic difficulties, but other socialization, language communication, gross motor, fine motor, dyspraxia, what we call dyslexia, what we call dysgraphia, what we call. So, but what is the basic? If you break the ice, below this, in initial ages, like 2.5, 3, give them lots of exposure for spatial perception, body perception, laterality, directionality. They will improve a lot. And that will reflect itself in academic later on. So this is what I wanted to say. I may say more but maybe once you ask me questions. But right now, this is what I feel is very important. Right kind of assessment, screening, early intervention, therapist input along with teachers input, special ed's input, complete inclusion in mainstream. mainstream inclusion because they observe. Once they observe and they learn a lot. So with this, I finished this, here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anju ma'am, for sharing your deep insights and the perspectives regarding the management of children with NBLD. And you have actually made us realize that we are still touching the tip of the iceberg and there's a lot we can do. We are doing, but we need to do more. And that is what our dear participants will be learning from as we all discuss and deliberate on this very important issue. So let us now begin with the question answer round. So the first question is for Ms. Aksi ma'am. Ma'am, please indicate the role of parent professional partnerships in supporting students with NBLD. You have a rich experience in this particular field, and we would like to know how is the role of parent professional partnership important?
Ma'am, parent professional partnership is not just important in NBLD, but it is the most crucial partnership in every area, because once we are able to make a difference in the parents' thinking and approach towards the child, then we are able to see those developments in the children also. Lot of anxieties, lot of situations, lot of behaviors just settle down when parents are taken into loop and parents are made to understand that what are the difficulties your child is facing and how best they can be managed. This, as Alka ma'am just said, yes, is a very, very difficult task. It's the most difficult task when you start. So here, it's very important that the parent, when they come to you, they do not feel threatened at all. We make them understand that the department works for the holistic development of every child, and it's just that there are certain concern areas we wanted, and let's begin with the strengths that your child has. And specifically, if I talk about NBLD children have a lot of strengths. Usually verbalization is one of those strengths. Auditory processing and verbal communication is one of those strengths. And when we talk about, anyway, we make a comprehensive evaluation about the child and we observe the child, as ma'am said, in different settings. We also have so many inputs to give to the parent, wherein we can say that your child is good in these areas. And when we start with that and then come to certain concerns that we are facing in the classrooms and discuss whether these concerns are faced at home also. Sometimes parents, most of the times, parents start opening up with the concerns that they face at home. Usually, it's not that only the school setting is facing the concern, the concern is there at home also. So when we intervene in those situations, when we are able to provide some strategies or something that works, and we are able to offer the parents something that can make their whole endeavor a little more easier and calmer, the trust starts developing. And it is very later on, when we are at a certain level of trust, when we have built in, then we ask the parent that it is in the interest of the child that you go for an assessment. And then once we receive a report, and then the IP process is done and the parent is in the loop and the parent feels that, okay, this is something that is offering it is in the interest and betterment of my child. I am sure every parent hopes in this. What makes parent and professional partnership most important is that whatever strategies and whatever modifications or accommodations or sensitizations that we are offering here in this environment, in the school, we would want them to be offered at home also. So that the parent also understands that there is a certain, especially if I talk about NBLD, there is a certain way you should communicate and there are certain things that you should avoid in your conversation. A lot of sarcasm or, assuming that the child has understood, or trying to, put it as if, a humor which the child is not able to understand and a humor which can be taken literally and can affect the child's self-esteem. Because in a lot of cases, this is happening in the families, wherein they're doing it unknowingly. Joint families or nuclear families, this is happening and they're doing it unknowingly, and it is affecting the child's self-esteem. And when the child comes to school, the child has already lost confidence in the class. He's not able to make adequate friendships and all. And by the time we start rectifying the environment around him, we have to do the same thing at home also. Otherwise, no amount of work that we do here will help. So it is very, very important to take the parent on loop in whatever we are doing. And most of the time, if every parent wants the best, I am sure that there is initial reluctance. We also face a lot of initial reluctance. But once we are able to hold hands and develop that kind of trust. Also, with children with NVLD, it is very, very important that they have an anchor in school. Not only when NVLD, all other children, they have an anchor in school. This anchor shape is a bond which the child might not be able to get from the teachers, because the teacher is communicating with the whole group of children, and then the teacher is changing also. In higher classes, if I see, there are subject teachers also who have lesser amount of time. But the special educator is a constant in the child's life, according to our system. And if there is an anchor developed there, and if there is a space which your child can reach on to and explain what is bothering him, or just be away from a sensory overwhelming environment, sit down calmly for some time, or is able to tell specifically that this is where the area is, or if there's a person who can intervene and advocate for your child when the child gets into trouble. All these factors are very important for a parent also, because at times that parent themselves don't understand that why this situation happened. And if there is a person who's advocating for their child in school, that person itself becomes very important. And slowly and gradually we develop a bond with the parent where there is trust, where there is sharing of information, where there is, a communication wherein you know that the instructions and the strategies that you are giving and you are providing will be followed. So yes, initial hiccups can be there, but once the parents understand that this is in the interest and betterment of their child, they usually come on board. And we also, if I talk about myself, I promote a lot of parents to empower themselves, especially mothers, to empower themselves to learn about these disabilities, to learn about the situation that your child is facing. Do not rely just solely on those people who are working with your child. You yourself have to become that kind of resource. So once they start learning, they start understanding, we start sharing material with them, that the trust building is sometimes so strong that it continues throughout life. So I think this parent partnership, if it is not developed, then also the repercussions, the whole process of inclusion starts suffering, wherein, as ma'am has mentioned, that there is denial, and there is a sense, a tendency to blame other people for whatever is happening. Then also you have to make the parents sit down and try your best. You may succeed, you may not succeed at times, but you have to make an honest effort. So I believe that most of the time, they are very, it all depends upon the stages of acceptance which the parent or itself is. Sometimes you have to give them more time. Sometimes you have to pull back and say, okay, you take your time. You understand things on your own perspective, and I am there. I'm there to help you out whenever you feel comfortable. And usually,
Yeah, Ms. Aksi, that was very rightly put about parents, the need for parental acceptance, the need for having that parental trust, the need for having that parental bond, where not only the parents, but also the special educators act as an anchor in the child's life. So that was very, very rightly put, ma'am. Very important and very interesting point to be noted in this panel discussion. Moving on further. Now I pose the next question to our panelist, Ms. Rajeshwari. Ma'am, I would like you to please highlight some measures your organization takes to train teachers for handling and management of children with NVLD.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Perfectly audible.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody knows each child is unique by their character, you can say, aspirations, shortcomings, and virtues, right? Now, when a disability is added to this mix, it becomes harder for teachers. So it is like in our school, when you come across, we have all kinds of disabilities in our school. And it is we who need to be boosting and motivating the teachers first, because they are the people, those who are directly in a group of 30 students dealing with these children. So teachers play a very, very important role in the lives of children. Let it be our NVLD or other disabilities also. First of all, the teacher should be strong enough to work with these children. And therefore, for these teachers to find the best approaches to facilitating the process of learning and completing school, obligations, anything they have, tasks they have, there are, however, certain supportive approaches that can be generally comprehensively implemented with each individual child. Now, when it comes to the Sri Ram Universal School, we do conduct sensitization programs to the teachers in the beginning of the year. And as and when there is a specific day, like Autism Week, you can say Cerebral Palsy Week, and Week for Dyslexia, World Disability Day. So we focus on these days so that it is very prominent to give inputs to the teachers along with the class students also. We try to provide certain videos and we choose the classes where our children are, along with class teachers, subject teachers who are attending this kind of sessions, maybe shorter sessions, but we want to give the information. There are students whose needs are different. So how are we going to deal with these students? And then when it is, apart from this, the special educator reaches all the teacher fraternity to explain. When I come to know that these are the children who are in the school environment, and we have one-on-one teacher and special educator discussion along with other therapists, how a teacher can be able to help this particular child, what the child's strengths are, needs are, how differently you can be dealing with this child along with other students is what we will be trying to give it, inputs to the child. We focus on explanation of a child with disability. Let us take, for example, NVLD. What are his needs? Okay, and then we go with, depending on the child's age, you need to explain that having some sort of learning disability is not a problem at all, and that makes them any less valuable, that they just need a bit different approach to learning that will help them reach the same results as their peer in the class. Now, depending on the difficulty in the question, the teacher can try out various approaches to learning and see what suits the child the best. Let me tell you one example here. My child in the classroom will not be following the lines and he will be having a macro type writing. So he needs to be lines drawn, given small lines in the classroom. Though the teacher is busy in the classroom, when the teacher feels that there is a need for this child while copying down from the board, that little time will be taken, though it is not for the complete class session. Wherever it is required, the child will be giving that kind of support. That is where we'll be trying to, give support to the teacher in the mainstream classes. And we always tell the teacher, they sometimes get panicky, ma'am, he's not writing anything, because management questions them, right? Though they know that the child is having certain needs where it has to be concentrated on. Teacher will have her own kind of thinking, ma'am, this child is not doing well, so how am I going to be helping? We need to tell the teachers, yes, now what are the things the child is able to do, pinpoint that place and start praising the child, motivate the child, wherein the child gets encouraged to do things what he is doing often according to the class expectations. Now, the key to success is surpassing yourself and your abilities. And this is possible only through investing effort into mastering a certain skill or acquiring certain knowledge. When sufficient effort is invested, the desired result will surely be achieved. It is only a matter of time. Yeah. So these are all the different inputs given in the group sessions, also sensitization, also in one-on-one also, to give them more clarity. And also we always insist on, as I have told earlier, concentrate more on the child's ability and work on those abilities, because when it comes to exam point of view, you need to be sometimes scribing the child. Though we do have shadow teachers in the school, depending on the requirement of the child, we do have a shadow teacher for each and every child, wherein the shadow teacher will be helping the child in the classroom environment along with the mainstream teacher. We do have observations in the classroom as a special educator. We will be dividing the classes like English, EVS, mathematics. We attend these classes. We see how well the child is able to copy down from the board, what kind of help is required by the child, and how we are going to support the child. It is all very systematically planned system which we follow in our school. And also these children would like to always have role models. Like we all pretty well know that we all, human beings strive to realize their archetypes, and they usually do it through finding role models, often celebrities, we can say. Children at times they come to us. We have a just talk in between the classes or before the class, after the class. Some children with whom we are working, they are very excited, like something good has happened in them which made them very happy. They just want to boost it and come and first discuss about whatever is a good thing happened. So in these situations we can actually get benefited to ourselves, so that we can give the right input to the child. Also, we all pretty well know that Albert Einstein is a person with dyslexia and also ADHD. We also can give examples. If the child is like into a middle school or senior school, we can always tell them that some people are very famous. Though they're having this kind of difficulty, they have overcome these problems and have become an eminent personality. So we can try to motivate these children. These are all given the inputs to the mainstream teachers. Along with us, we also will be trying to motivate these children. Along with this, we'll be assessing their emotions. At times they come to us with a gloomy face. Now we need to be asking them. Maybe sometimes teacher has scolded them, for not completing the notes. At times, though the teachers know, they will try from their own way how they can complete the notebooks at sufficient, because it is a pattern needs to be followed. We cannot be at times ignoring this child is not being able to. So we are trying to avoid the child to be responsible enough in the classroom situation. So they sometimes come to us. So we need to be explaining to them the importance of completing their works and submitting their works. It is their accountability. Whatever, wherever they are, it is expected from them at this, class level. You are supposed to be doing these all things. We are only trying to, look always very soft enough. You will not be scolded by the teacher or said anything by anybody. It is not going to help them out. Wherever you are needed to make the child, this is your responsibility of completing the work, then yes, it has to be done. So the child will be knowing what are the limitations and what the child is expected to be doing. And at times we can always give them the examples of your own life. This also has happened with me, or maybe my son, or maybe my brother. If you are giving to these children your live examples, they will be more interested because they're more related to you, and they think that, when madam can do this, I think I also can do. Ma'am's relative also had a problem. Ma'am's friend also had a problem. So definitely when she can do, when her relative can do, I think, I can do. So we are giving them more closer examples, practical examples, wherein the child gets, that kind of enthusiasm. When they can do, why I will not be able to do. Probably this will be helping the child to fulfill their given responsibilities. And we all know the child is very, very curious when they look at anything new. Let us see a small example. Child is of 3 months old, able to hold things. Now, at that age, the child is able to, hold a thing and try to explore. Though nothing is there in the mind of the child, there is exploration which is starting from the beginning. And at the age of 7 to 8 months, once the child starts crawling, whichever is in his fraternity, anything is available, he would like to touch it or, put in the mouth to see what it is, how it is, what is it, something new in my environment. Therefore, you have to catch hold of that kind of curiosity in the child and build up on what we want the child to be doing. This is one thing where we will be giving some kind of newness to the child in learning and teach the child how you can divide a task. Task in the sense, for example, child is learning a content that is too big enough. The moment the child opens the book, sees one page of the content, then, ma'am, I will not be able to do. This is the time where we are supposed to be making it to chunks. We can help the child in chunking it, like important keywords and, giving simple understanding of the given content, when the child will also be getting involved into his understanding level, and he will be able to, complete the task at large. So these are all the simple things we are trying to educate the teacher, how well the child can get comfortable in the classroom situation, and by giving the inputs, how you can manage a child in mainstream classrooms is going to help our children in our classroom environment. Yeah.
Thank you, Rajeshwari ma'am, for giving that insight about how important it is to actually catch hold of these important, crucial points while working with a child with NVLD, and how to diagnose them, how to work with them in a proper environment. So that is really, really crucial for our participants, for all the important things that they should know while working with the children with NVLD. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Ms. Alka ma'am for the next question. Alka ma'am, the question for you is, please share your experience working with children with NVLD in your school. So you have a rich experience of working with children with diverse needs. So please highlight some of these experiences, ma'am.
Yeah, as our organization is an inclusive setup. So without the role of mainstream teachers, class teachers, subject teachers, we are absolutely helpless without them. So the referral by them, and before that, we in every session, in the beginning of the session, we conduct workshops to sensitize them. We make them aware about the indicators of various difficulties, including learning difficulty, non-verbal learning difficulty. We make them aware about the indicators. And then they refer children if they feel that this child, despite being intelligent or whatever the academic difficulties and social difficulties the child is facing, they refer the child to us. And after doing an informal screening, because we special educators are not authorized to screen them formally, but with the experience of handling them for so many years, the informal screening helps us a lot to identify the difficulties. Taking feedback from teachers, subject teachers, parents, it helps us a lot. And after that, we call the parents, and if they are willing to include, because without the setup is it depends upon the parents' parental acceptance. If they are willing to enroll the child with us, then we start the remedial intervention with the child. And once the child starts coming to us again, taking meetings in small groups with the teachers to sensitize the child's need is extremely important. And depending upon the child's need, then we provide accommodations. Like if a child is extremely distracted, has poor fine motor grip, so we allow the child to attach photocopy work, or we give them some extra time to submit the assignment, basically just to help them cope with the difficulty in that setup. In addition to this, the provisions like third language exemption, then again change of subject option in 9th and 10th, availing scribe and extra time for their board exams, 10th and 12th, and also the children who are with us, they come to us for their internal assessments. We give them extra time, scribe if needed, and again, basically our aim is to make the environment very conducive for them, be it home or the school setup, playground, everywhere. So we sensitize the sports teacher, art teacher, and we make them aware about their difficulties. Again, if I'll talk about the challenge, unrealistic expectation by the parents. At times, the child also, they make unrealistic goals, take tough subjects, and then and we are prepared that okay, this is the part of the journey, and then sooner or later they'll come to the terms and accept what exactly needs to be done. Then again, supports like providing study buddy for them, making a team with counselors, parents, it helps us a lot. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Alka ma'am, for highlighting those important strategies which we have to use, we should be using in our classrooms in order to mainstream children with NVLD. You have highlighted some very important crucial methods like involvement of peer groups and providing the required flexibility, whether it be the language system or any other accommodation, adaptation, or modification that we can provide for them in the classrooms. So that will be very helpful for our participants to know, to understand, so that they can effectively cater to their requirements. Thank you, ma'am. And now it's time to invite Anju ma'am for the next question. Anju ma'am, I would like you to answer and share your opinion on how far the inclusion is successful for children with NVLD in India. Please share your perspectives on the same.
Yeah, so here I'll be like, very honest in my opinion. Yes, definitely inclusion is successful, no doubt about it, because children do observe a lot, and this way you can empower other people. Firstly, like you can make them aware. Awareness is one thing, sensitization is one thing, empowerment is another thing. Yes, and children do learn a lot by observing others. Yeah, but it is not an easy task, I'll say. Every time, every day, every minute, you are with your mainstream teachers, and they're also very good. Like, it's not that they don't want to work, they want to work, but definitely they need to learn also. So with with upgraded BEds and with upgraded MEds, like inclusive setup, inclusive education, definitely we are going to move ahead, and inclusion will become very, very successful in coming years, because the schools are accepting them, schools are providing them with other, whatever they require, like occupational therapy, special educators, for empowerment and for strategies and for working with these children. And definitely by getting comprehensive evaluation and accommodations by the Government of India, CBSE, as per new NP, new subjects are coming up. Yes, it will be successful. So that is what, yeah.
Anju ma'am has set a very positive tone, indicating that inclusion, it is successful and it will be more successful in the future, especially with the integration of new policies and amendments like the NEP 2020 and many such other proactive measures which are being taken at the government and the state levels, and which are also being implemented in our schools and universities across the country. So that's a very positive tone which ma'am has set up in this particular panel discussion. And now it's a time for question answer round number 2 for all the panelists. So coming back to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Aksi. Ma'am, I would now like to ask you that from your rich experience, can you please share some innovative strategies that we can use to support the classroom management of CW and BLD?
Ma'am, to develop any strategy for any child, first of all, it has to be very specific for that child. Any academic modifications, interventions that we are giving is only designed after analyzing the child in every setting. So now the accommodations, academic accommodations that are given in LD have been discussed by ma'am also. So I would not go into those details. But yes, the basic, the difficulty that these children face is of communication with peers, communication with teachers. So I would rather delve into those areas more. Even if the child is talking, is verbalizing, there are times that the child is subjected to a lot of confusion in the class. Confusion by the instructions that the teacher is giving, confusions by the peer group, especially in the playground or anywhere where they're playing as a group, other children are maybe able to understand the finer nuances of the communication, what is said in what tone. But this child, because he takes everything very literally, is sometimes subjected to getting into a lot of trouble, being blamed for a lot of stuff that he has not done. If I think about this particular child, anything that happens, he is always a part of it. Because we are so inquisitive, we want to be a part of the happening group. And when we become the part of the happening group, everybody else knows how to save themselves, but we end up doing something wherein we become the center of all the trouble. It is very important for us to step in there and make the teacher and first of all, the teacher understand. Usually the teachers are very sensitized, as ma'am pointed out earlier, that nothing can be achieved without very sensitized mainstream teachers. It is they who are actually including the children. We are facilitating the work only. So the teachers, but there are times that they also miss out on finer aspects. So we have to make them understand that why this child misunderstood. And there are certain times that the child is not able to understand the feelings behind whatever is being said or the implications of those emotions. So it is very important to verbalize and tell the child that you were feeling like this and the teacher was feeling angry. So she has said this, and when somebody is in anger, you are supposed to, what you are supposed to do. These are very important things, and it all depends upon child to child. I'm talking about this very cognitively smart child who is able to understand his environment very well, but misses on finer nuances of non-verbal communication, the body language, the tone, the sarcasm, and that is what makes it difficult for him to operate in the environment. If he has been given an instruction, he takes it very literally. So you have to break down that instruction. You have to tell him that it has to be very consistent. However much you can offer a predictability in the form of a schedule, visual schedule, which has to be reinforced verbally also, because NVLD children are not very good at visual cues. They would want it to be verbalized to them in the form of maybe pointers, in the form of rules, and which can be, although they are very good at rote memory, this particular, these 2-3 children which I am talking about, but at times their anxiety is relieved when they verbalize these things to someone. So you have to give them an opportunity to come and talk to you. Okay, talk to me. You have to just listen. You are not correcting them or anything, but they have this urge to talk. They have this urge to answer, be the first to answer in class, be the first to, say something which it attracts the teacher's attention. So you have to give them an opportunity to come and talk to yourself. And then make finer rules also about talking. As to, you can ask only, there are certain students who are cognitively smart and who want to answer every question in the classroom, and they do not give an opportunity for others to answer. So there you have to teach them how to wait for their turn, and and there has to be a rule as to how many questions you can ask in one go, and then you have to wait. And maybe at home they can have structured games like, Quiz Master or KBC or something like that, if you have a urge to keep asking questions. So all these depends upon this child's particular interest. What fascinates this child, how we can channelize this particular child. Yes, certain generalized strategies like making ground rules and having a checklist of those things that you are carrying or you are supposed to carry in your pencil box and sticking it somewhere which is visible, having the schedule of the day in advance. All these things help not only children with NVLD, but other children also. So these are certain things which keep them organized. Predictability is very important. If the child is having difficulty in transitions, it is very important to prepare the child and give the child that amount of faith that, okay, let's move into a certain situation, and you have to anticipate for things in advance. Okay, this thing is something which is going to bother my child, and you have to anticipate and plan for that in advance. Plus, teachers, and as ma'am had pointed out previously, that every person in the school who's coming in contact with the child should be informed about the needs, should be informed about any particular mannerism which you want the person to communicate with the child, or any cues that they should be aware of, which the child is, when the child is feeling trying to communicate what. So important is that if the child gets an environment where he is not misunderstood, and he is able to express himself more and more. At times, every situation that the child gets in has to be explained very literally to the child. Why you got into that situation, and how you can do it better next time. Although it might be forgotten, the child might not be able to self-regulate, it's easier said. It might lead to other complications, other implications also. But then we have to keep verbalizing things to this child, and verbalizing in a very consistent and a very literal language. And every step, if I'm giving an instruction that after your swimming period, you have to come to the rainbow room, I have to tell the child that after you finish swimming, you have to go to the changing room, you have to change, and then you have to come to the rain. You have to wait for other kids to assemble. You have to wait for the teacher assigned to you, and then you have to come to the rainbow. Otherwise, if I have given this instruction, the child might walk, and this happened with us, that the child walked from the swimming pool to our rainbow room in the swimming costume, because the child was given an instruction that once you finish swimming, you come to the room. So, beech mein sara kuch miss ho gaya. So, you have to keep checking yourself. There are times when the children are not able to understand that right now they are being corrected for their behavior. That happens quite a few times, that the teachers feel that, ma'am, in spite of me telling him repeatedly, he's smiling, and ma'am, it is not affecting him. I've told him so many times. There you have to step in and make the teacher understand, ma'am, it's not that your repetitions quite help him. It's just that right now he's not able to understand the situation in the given context. Give us some time, we'll make him understand, and then we will see what we can do. What happens is, the moment the child understands that, okay, this was something where he immediately comes up with that rote reaction. No, I'm sorry, I will control, I will not do this. Once he has understood. Initially, he was not able to understand what is happening. What exactly are these people expecting from me? So it is very important that we understand that the child is not receiving our information in the manner that we are assuming it to be. The generalizations that we assume sometimes are not happening. And there is a lack of communication, wherein we need to adjust our communication style. We need to break down everything. We have to make everything more simplistic and step by step, make it understood. We have to verbalize the emotions also. We have to teach the child to verbalize his or her emotions also. How are you feeling? And once you're feeling like this, how can we control and regulate how we are feeling? So all this is very important. And for these, we have different, all this is very child specific. Very, very child specific. So one size cannot fit everyone. So strategies, most importantly, should be made only after carefully analyzing the child. And then, it's a hit and trial also. Something which is working with one child might not work with another. So we have to be very, very vigilant, and we have to do a lot of introspection also.
Very true, Aksi ma'am. Yeah, very, very true. that the innovative measures have to be child-centered, have to focus on the individual needs and requirements of the child. As Madam rightly said, one shoe may not fit everyone. So it's very important, very crucial for our participants to keep these things in mind, that we give opportunities for the child to verbalize himself, to express himself, and we also provide a support anchor to whom the child can come and seek the support from. So very truly pointed out, Aksi ma'am. And in continuation to that, my next question for Miss Rajeshwari ma'am is, ma'am, what are the incidences of children with NVLD in schools? And please shed light on identification of children with NVLD in your school.
Thank you, ma'am. See, when we come to other studies, there are many studies that depend, on other disabilities. When it comes to NVLD, there has not been an exhaustive study. You can say that 2 to 4% of our population are included in the inclusive schools. And when it comes to how do you identify the children with, NVLD? Now it happens, as a procedure. The teacher comes up finding out the child that he is having certain kind of difficulty, because the teacher always compares these children with the peer group in the classroom. So child is not being able to, for example, communicate appropriately, or the child is creating a problem by standing with other students so closer. This child is complaining of, this child is coming and standing very closer to me. I'm not feeling comfortable. Certain complaints from the peer group, triggers the teacher. It's an alarming kind of thing, that there is some kind of concern with this particular child that needs to be intervened, right? So probably the teacher would refer to the department where these students are given support. Then a procedure starts, like observation by the special educator in the classroom, right? And what kind of behavior with a checklist. So one checklist you will be giving to the class teacher concerned. Along with that, even in the observation, the same checklist will be taken care of. It will take nearly 2 to 3 days time, because it is not just happen in a little time. You need to be giving ample time so that you will exactly understand what is the difficulty faced by this particular child. And we know pretty well that they will be having poor social skills, wherein they have significant deficits in interpreting adult facial expressions. They will not be understanding whether the teacher is angry, whether this friend is not liking me sitting beside him. Certain areas we need to be understanding, yes, this child is having some thing where we need to be working on the child. Also, as I have told you, they don't understand, this is a space, private space, like 2 children are together speaking. So indulging into the conversation without any either introduction or knowing what they're speaking about, and trying to take the attention of those 2 students. So these are all something which are very much concerned. And we know pretty well that the child will not be able to know which is the left, which is the right, and they'll be having difficulty in directions also. As Akshi ma'am has mentioned, so many things related to the child fraternity, how they will be receiving this child having difficulties. Therefore, it is very much required, once the screening is done, you have to be having an informal assessment, as ma'am has mentioned earlier. Informal assessment is going to help you to have a brief information about the child, but as ma'am said, it is very much required to have a professional assessment where we are going to pinpoint those areas where the child is requiring help. Also, as we mostly know, children is having difficulty in reading, for example. So why the reading is happening? Because the child is not being able to have assembling of the phonetic sounds. So when the basic thing of phonetic sounds difficulty is arising, definitely there will be a difficulty in reading of the words, which is leading for the reading of the sentences, wherein the comprehension passages come in. There the actual problem starts. When the child is able to read also, he should be able to know this word meaning is saying this. Therefore, the content of this passage is giving this kind of information, wherein I have to be responding to this content in this way when the question is being asked related to that content. Also, we have spoken very much about dyscalculia, and dyslexia. Why we are, tagging this? Because we are trying to limit it that this child is relating himself to this kind of difficulty. It is making us more clear to give proper, guidance to this child where he is having difficulty. Therefore, when it comes to identifying, it starts from the classroom. Mainstream teacher will be, referring the child to the department of special education. Then the special educators will be getting into the picture, looking at the child, observation takes place, and then the referral takes place for the assessment, which is informal, and then goes for the professional assessment, where exactly we will be tracking the difficulty of the child, wherein the intervention takes place, and depending on the requirement, as ma'am said, every shoe is not meant to everyone. It is always different. So we have to focus on the requirements by the child, focus on those requirements and help the child where you can fill in those gaps to have a smooth passage for the child to be more confident in all the areas to grow as a complete person.
Yes, thank you, Rajeshwari ma'am, for pointing out the very strategies and the very functional map for a child to become independent and very confident in life, wherein a special educator and a trainer play a very crucial role in supporting children with NBLD in their path to independence and success, whether it's in school or at home. So that's a very beautiful path that you laid out, right from assessment to intervention and then to evaluation, which every teacher, every trainer needs to keep in mind. So in continuation to this particular thought, now I move on to Ms. Alka ma'am. And Alka ma'am, I would like to have your opinion on how far inclusion is successful in a country like India, and what are the challenges which are faced by children with NBLD?
As a special educator, like our main concern is the technicalities, like providing them remedial intervention. I'm talking about the children with various learning difficulties. So at least we follow a set pattern where we have to do the CBSE documentation, and we have to provide the child the skills and VAKT approach, short vowel sound and all, spelling rules, techniques to improve their comprehension, creative expression. But for children with non-verbal learning difficulty, we have to think out of the box. So here our role comes as we are the second mothers, gap fillers, patient listeners for them. We have to be, available for them throughout. Even day before yesterday, I got around 7 calls from a child who was facing a lot of difficulty in sorting a simple issue. So they just don't know how to go about it. Like going for a subject change, they don't know how to, can we communicate to the class teacher or the heads of the organization. So we really have to think out of the box and be there for them throughout, and doing simple things like sensitizing other children. Like we made a group of children write, they have to make poster on famous personalities with learning difficulty. So they come special needs. So they came to know, okay, it's not that all the children with special needs, they cannot do much in their, field. So, but yes, if we'll talk about inclusion, we still have to go a long way. Because in this field, like we are so lucky to have this sensitivity in our organization when everything was at such a nascent stage in all over India. It's going to be my 18th year, and previously also Amity has been providing support to children with special needs for so long. And in this, I'm talking about our capital city. So in India, if you talk about inclusion, we really have to go a long way where, children, teachers themselves, they don't understand what exactly their problem is. So yes, it has a huge scope. Trained professionals, be it special educators, occupational therapists, every field, there's a huge scope of going ahead in this.
Very rightly pointed out, Alka ma'am, that yes, in urban areas and metropolitan cities, and especially innovative institutions like Amity Schools and Amity University and many other prominent organizations are doing a lot of important, they have taken a lot of important measures to support children with NVLD. But still in a rural areas, there's still a lot of scope for our teachers to work upon to understand the needs of these individuals. So yes, we have a huge task in front of us, and experts like you always help us to understand where we actually lack and help us to understand how to move forward. So taking the question forward to Ms. Anju Saxena ma'am. Ma'am, my question to you is, according to you, what supports are required for the successful inclusion of children with non-verbal learning disability?
Yeah, I just got the question. Yeah, sorry. Just give me 1 minute.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
I'm in a meeting also. So I'm just running from here to there. Yeah. So for making successful inclusion, first of all, I'll say, first of all, like acceptance. Acceptance for these children, acceptance by the school community, empowerment of each and every stakeholder of the school, whether it's like Didi, Bhaiyas, or parents or teachers or the SMT, senior management team. Then, when senior management team is involved, like for every school wherever I have worked, I have worked on the inclusion policy. Whether we applied for IB authorization, CIS, Council of International School authorization. Without inclusion policy, I don't think so that, you can empower others also. Our inclusion policy is on our website. It is every new teacher gets it done, every new teacher comes to know about it in their orientation also, induction also, that this school is completely inclusive and this is the policy, how we go about inclusion. Then inclusion SOP, stands of practices, how we practice. Then definitely whatever these children require, they need love, they need affection, they need trained strategies, good strategies, and they need support. So if we look at all parameters of inclusive education, like infrastructure, curriculum, accommodations, adaptations, everything, like, then the school will be a successful inclusive school. Many schools, we know that nowadays SPD is increasing like anything. Sensory processing disorder is really increasing. We're getting more and more children with SPD only. So we need an OT. We need structured OT program along with special educators, along with teachers input, teacher support, collaborative teaching, differential teaching. So yes, whatever they require, the school should be ready with that. We are modern schools now. We are India is developing, and to a great extent, So definitely school should also develop their infrastructure. They should be ready for such children. They should be in coordination with good psychologists who can do authentic assessments, reliable assessments. Special educators should be trained well enough to screen these children. Referral should be in place, referral forms for screening, and then further for the assessment, informal, formal, teacher training, accommodations, so many things like what government is also doing a lot these days. New education policy I'm really liking because it has got skill subject. So these our children need more of skill training and academic. They may be scared of black and white lines in their school life, but once they come out of the school, they do very well in their life. Yes, but they should be trained, and government assessment should be more authentic, more fast. It should not be like this. Yeah, I'm sending a child in grade 11 for a government assessment because he needs admission through PWD list, but it's taking 3 months, 4 months, and then a very brief assessment is coming. So government should also do something like that. Yeah. So for making inclusion for making inclusion possible, you should work on all parameters of inclusive education, and foremost sensitization and acceptance. If acceptance will be there, any teacher can teach them, because modern schools are using experiential teaching, BAKT approach, multisensorial, less number of ratios, like 15 children, 1 teacher, 20 children, 2 teachers. So definitely they can do, because more of new design thinking, teaching style is happening. Visual thinking routines are being applied. So we are applying many BAKT and multisensorial and modern teaching ways. but at the same time, sensitization, empowerment, and well-being of the student. In our school, we give the utmost importance to well-being, social emotional intelligence. We really work on this on a regular basis, along with academic needs, because if there is no bond, no emotional bond with the child, whether it's a teacher or a special educator, it will never work. So definitely positive relations with the child, well-being of the child, and after that, all that, whatever is required. Thank you.
Indeed, and you, ma'am, that was a very important conclusive point that you have made. Acceptance, having good bonding with the child, and having proper infrastructure in place, especially with a lot of commitments coming up from our national government, from our state governments. So that plays a very important role for the inclusion and the mainstreaming of children with NVLD. So that was a very, very important and crucial point made by all the panel members in today's panel discussion. With this, we come to an end of the question answer round. And now it is time for taking up the audience questions. So our participants who have been very eagerly listening to all our experts in this panel discussion have come up with very interesting and important questions, which I now pose for our experienced panel members. The first question from the audience, from the participants, is for Aksi ma'am. Ma'am, participant Gargi wanted to know that when we talk about observation of child in different contexts, like whether it's social or work environment, will the observation also include home visits for observation, or parental feedback is good enough?
No, I don't think any school would support, as of now, I know of any school that supports home visits. That is why parent intervention and parent feedback comes into importance. As such, also, if you make home visits, then also parent feedback will be very important, because the child, how he behaves in front of you and what are the situations that the parents are facing, or the day-to-day finer nuances that the parents are facing, will be shared by them only. So in case you are an individual who's working on their own and you can go and visit the child's house, then also parent feedback is the most important aspect of your observation. One of the most important aspect of observations.
Yeah. So Ms. Gargi, ma'am has given you the reply that it is a very important aspect, crucial to understand the needs of the child. So thank you, Aksi ma'am, for answering the participant question. And now I pose the next question from the participants to Ms. Rajeshwari ma'am. Ma'am, one of our participants, Ms. Niladri, wants to know that what would be the probable strategies to ensure meaningful inclusion of children with NVLD in mainstream, especially government schools in rural areas where even general educators may not be aware about certain conditions. So what is your take on that, ma'am? Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself, ma'am.
We have right to education, right, ma'am? Yeah. And Persons with Disability Act, wherein the government, now it is a time for them to sensitize all the government schools, the teachers working in government schools, identify these students who are having disabilities, should be given the equal right for the education by these, for these students, has to be taken definitely, forward by the government officials, you can say, for that matter, or people who are related to the disability schemes, whichever we have put into. This is can be taken forward by the initiation of the government. Yeah, as we all know, even in our private schools also, some schools are still not ready to take the children who are having problems in academics, you can say, or otherwise also due to the infrastructure they cannot be able to take admissions who are with cerebral palsy, you can say, or otherwise also physical disability, multiple disability also, you can say. Yes, there is a need of sensitization of the management, you can speak about, of the regular schools wherein not much of opportunity is given to these students, where they will not be ready to take these students, though there is a policy of zero rejection. Once the child comes to you, you cannot be denying the admission. There is a need of sensitization of all the schools across, And the government, I insist, also the media should take an important role to bring in the awareness of importance of giving the right for all the children, wherever they need that kind of right to be imbibed in. Definitely, we need to look into the support by the government. Yeah.
Thank you, Rajeshwari ma'am. And that's very, very crucial that governmental support is very important along with acceptance, identification, awareness at the individual and trainer level. So that's very crucial for the mainstreaming of children with NVLD. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts on the same. And now the next participant question is for Alka ma'am. Alka ma'am, a participant Vidushi wants to know that is it easy for a child with NVLD to obtain the disability certificate, and what are the provisions or what are the steps that need to be followed?
Yeah, UDID is the site where the child has to get himself or herself registered. And after that, they refer the child to a government body, and where the child is screened. And on the basis of that, a disability certificate is issued to the child. And then the child is eligible to avail a lot of provisions like admission in university, and even the entrance examinations like JEE, CAT exam, NEET exam. The provisions are there for them, like they get extra time, provision of scribe is there for them, even for Delhi University. So it's really the children, like recently this year, the 12th pass outs, they got a lot of concessions in admissions also, like in IP University, where the other children could not get admission, and their scores was significantly lower than the regular children, but they got admission owing to their, because of the certificate.
Yeah,
So,
to add into
yes.
it, Ms. Alka and Dr. Sampurna, to add into it, the disability certificate is like there are recognized bodies who can give the disability certificate. And there are in India now, as per this new legislation and NEP 2020, there are many facilities for them. There are reservation for admissions, there are reservation, there are many facilities for examination. Then there are support system, there are equal opportunity cells in all the universities and school colleges, and CBSE, ICSE also there are a lot of support system. So India is totally prepared for a inclusion, totally prepared to promote the inclusion. Only that we stakeholder has to practice it. We all have to create awareness through a success story, and we have to practice it. So definitely the inclusion will be 100% successful.
Yes, very rightly pointed out by Ms. Alka ma'am and Dr. Jayanti Pujari ma'am that inclusion and its success is possible only when awareness is there. And we definitely feel that such kind of platforms, such kind of panel discussions are very important platforms which help to spread awareness amongst the professionals. So we are very thankful to all our esteemed panelists for sharing their views. And we have one more participant question for Ms. Anju ma'am. Anju ma'am, one of the participant wishes to know that you had mentioned about parental denial. So how do you cope up for instances where you observe that this parent is actually denying the condition or is not ready to accept the child's special needs? Your take on that, ma'am. Ms. Anju ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, just can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, ma'am, one of the participant wishes to know that you had mentioned about parental denial. So how to cope up in instances where parents deny or are not ready to accept the special needs of the child?
Yeah, it happens quite often that parents are in denial. So in that case, in that case, like you can, firstly, you can try and make them understand that yes, you have to make it very clear to the parent that what are the difficulties and what are the strengths of your child. And if these are the difficulties or these are the strengths, then in that case, what do you do? Like, if a parent will start working at early intervention. You have to tell them importance of early intervention. You have to explain it to them that how early intervention is important for your child. But sometimes parents don't understand in that case also, then in that case, what you can do that you can, like what I mean to say, with teachers, you can start working with teachers, you can start working through differentiated tasks. Then with teachers, again, call the parents. But we have seen that repeatedly, if you are working with the child, and in addition to the work, in addition to that work, you are calling the parents, again and again, but not again and again. I don't mean to say that every week, but maybe like you are working with the child, you're showing them that these are the strategies which, as in collaborative teaching, you have tried, and home strategies you have provided them also. They have also tried their strategies. But even then, if the problem still exists, then you need to counsel them. Sometimes you need a counselor also along with you. Being a special educator, sometimes alone it is not possible. And then we take it to the higher management also. Sometimes it is important. It becomes very crucial also, where you need to involve the principal of the school, or maybe at times like the director of the school also, because only for the benefit of the child, not for any other negative purpose, not for negating or not for blaming the child or blaming the parents, but just to explain it to them. So in yes, repeating, meeting with them, providing strategies to them, providing differentiated teaching through collaborative teaching to them, making them, giving them that faith. So developing that trust is very, very important for parents. And then sometimes management involvement is important. Yes. So this way they do agree. And yeah, there are many, many parents who are still in denial. So in that case, you can only teach the child through differential teaching, through little extra support. You can just provide little more support and little more extra support in your class. And you can provide strategies to them every 15 days. So let them work with the child.
To add into it, like the parental denial is a universal issue. Like all the special educators who are participating, participants, I just would like to tell you that when you go for your work field, you will find many times that parents will not accept. And whenever we go to any school also for the awareness creation, they say that, ma'am, the parents, they don't agree. See, the parental denial is instinctual. No parent, no mother likes to listen about their own child. Even I might not like to listen about my own son. It is an instinct of a person, mother instinct. So as a special educator, you are a professional, you are a special educator. So it is your tactics, your creativity, how you will make the parent understand. You will show the strength of the child, which will shadow the deficit of the child. So it is like how, and it is not that immediately you will break the that saying that your child is having so and so. As Miss Anju Saxena told, you have to slowly go into their understanding, and then you think from their point of view, create empathy. Then it will be very well. The parental denial will be very easy. You have to, because parent is a partner for you. Parents are equal to half a dozen professionals. So parent professional partnership only will facilitate inclusion. So it is very, very important that how you make the parent understand, because it is not the fault of parent, neither the fault of anybody. So when it is difficult for a mother's instinct, parent's instinct to accept the child's fault. Over to you.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views. And thank you, Anju, ma'am, for incorporating some very important points which our participants need to know. And I'm very sure that this interactive and very inspiring panel discussion helped all the participants, in fact, to form very important conclusions regarding the teacher's perspective on management of children with NVLD, how we can support effective and inclusive management of such individuals in a very promising manner, be it inclusive setups, be it in the rural areas or urban areas, which can be promoted through acceptance and through proper skill development. And as in the end it was said, parent professional partnership is a very integral part of the same. So with these views and with these thoughts, we come to an end of this very fruitful panel discussion. And in the end, I would like to propose a vote of thanks. Very
Sampurna,
deep.
you can,
Yes, ma'am.
Sampurna, just you can open it for the audience. If anybody can switch on their
Yes,
video and audio, and if they have any queries, they can ask our expert panelist.
Sure.
You can 2 minutes to all the audience.
Yes. So keeping in mind the importance and the crucial role played by this panel discussion, we now open the floor for our participants, our dear participants, to unmute and ask any doubts, any queries, because our expert panel members are there with us and they can actually help you get an answer to all the queries that may be running in your minds. So the floor is yours. Please feel free to unmute and ask your questions to our panelists. In the meanwhile, I would also like to highlight that a lot of our participants are posting their messages in the chat box, thanking all the esteemed panel members for sharing their wonderful insights. And they're very, very happy with the insights and the important discussions which have been shared on this platform. And they have posted their messages on the chat box.
I think there is no question.
Yes. So, ma'am, can we conclude this panel discussion with your permission?
Yes.
So a big thanks to all our esteemed panelists for taking out time from your busy schedule and joining us in this very important panel discussion titled as Teachers' Perspectives on the Management of Children with Non-Verbal Learning Disability in Inclusive Settings. Once again, a very heartfelt thanks from Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to all the panelists. Yes, ma'am. I think we heard audio from the participant. Anybody wishes to ask something?
I think Ariba Shahab, ma'am, unmute.
Okay, Ariba ma'am, would you like to pose a question to the panelists? They're all there to answer your queries. Ma'am,
you can carry on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So,
hello. Nice. Hello.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Yes. Actually,
I think there's an audio disturbance, ma'am. Can we conclude the panel discussion now? So a big thanks to all the panelists for joining us for this wonderful session. And we thank you once again for taking out time and being with us. Thank you, our esteemed panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
And dear participants, now we have come to an end of day one. So we have reached a very, very fruitful and very, very meaningful conclusion of day one, where we have learned and incorporated a lot of important learnings about the management of children with NVLD. Before we end for the day, an important announcement. The feedback link, I repeat, the feedback link for all the participants, be it the CRE or the non-CRE participants, will be shared here on the chat box and also in the WhatsApp group. So please fill the feedback form of day one. The link will be shared on this chat box as well as the WhatsApp groups formed for you all. The feedback form has to be filled by the CRE as well as the non-CRE participants. Regarding the evaluation form, please note the evaluation form has to be filled by the CRE participants only. I repeat, the evaluation form has to be filled by the CRE participants only, and the link of the evaluation form will be shared on the respective WhatsApp group. So please ensure that the non-CRE participants fill the feedback form while the CRE participants fill both the feedback as well as the evaluation forms. So with this, we come to an end for day one. Looking forward to your enthusiastic presence in our tomorrow's session scheduled tomorrow, that is day 2, 9th September 2022. So wishing you all a very happy evening. Good evening.